Test. Okay, good morning to all. I'd like to welcome our guests in the audience, a lot of regulars there. And then for all the committee members, welcome. And we have today bills scheduled for executive session, all of them. We have attending the committee today some people substituting in. And we'll go around here so we can introduce Matt Simon. Over here, he's in for Ralph today, and I understand that Ralph is doing fine.
He'll be back tomorrow.
Be back tomorrow. I had a telephone call with him, and he's, just as cheerful as ever. And coming around the table, we don't have any other subs on this side, and you're going to have one sub coming in, David Muse, correct?
David Muse is going to be subbing in
For Marjorie Porter. Good. Okay, so we can go ahead and start in the discussion here. I'd like to recognize, also one other thing, that we had discussion regarding the side-by-side for 1671. That should be sent to you. You should be getting that on your computers. Jen Forrest mentioned that was sent out this morning, so you should have that. And we can have a little side-by-side discussion on that a little later here, Representative Luno.
Yep.
So going on to the first bill.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, I also have been doing research on that question that I raised on the agricultural bill where they want to do a governmental nonprofit. And I had a meeting yesterday with a lawyer who does this kind of thing who says, no. He looked at the bill and he said, no, you can't do this. But he's got a solution of how you can do it, and that is something similar to what they do with the Public Defender's Office in the state. And I've got material coming on that I will share with the committee as well. But I just wanted to let you know that I have done some research with lawyers who know more than I do, who have agreed that the way the bill is presented, you can't do it. If nothing else, he said, it would waive the immunity for the state. So anything done by that corporation, the state could be sued and would be fully liable. Something I'm sure we have no intention of doing. So at any rate, I just wanted to let you know that I'm working on that, and that's coming as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
We don't have that scheduled for any.
That's not in the docket.
Right.
That's
Which means I won't be here for it. So if it's not this week, because I leave, on the 6th. So, but I wanted to bring it because I realized I won't be here for it, but I wanted to try and get it before you guys and let you know that I've done the work on it and that the bill's going to need an amendment to really be something that's viable, legally viable along the way. I keep saying to everybody, I love the idea of the agricultural education. It's just the structure that's the problem.
okay. So we will look at that. Coming from an attorney speaking and another attorney, and every attorney I've always talked to has a different idea. But I respect what you're saying, Representative Waltz, and we will take that and look at it when we get time to do that. So I appreciate that comment. Is there any other information for the committee today before we start? Okay, let's start with the first bill. It's 1372. This is a bill relative to requirements for teacher certification, and I look to Representative oh, jeepers, I'm going to hand the gavel over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the gavel. I'll call on the.
Yeah, I don't have that either.
Call on the chairman for a motion.
Okay, I'd like to move ITL for HB 1372.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Discussion, Mr. Chairman?
There are a number of reasons why I feel that this bill is very, it's just not doable. If we were to look at all the rules and regulations that we have, if you look at 306, the rules which we have, and we have rules, the feds have regulations. The rules which we have are about 104 pages long, as I recall, in ED 306, which is the minimum standards for public school approval. We have rules for special ed. We have rules for CTE. We have rules for everything. And those rules may be applicable for a superintendent to understand, or even a building principal to read and understand. However, it's not necessary that you have a first grade teacher understanding all that. I'm also concerned that this bill will really slow down the process of seeking emergency certification, where you can't find a particular teacher to fill a slot, where school districts and the Department of Education presently have an emergency process in which a person can be given a one-year temporary certification to get them on board. And we oftentimes do that in cases of like physical therapy, occupational therapies, et cetera. You might have a speech pathologist that doesn't have C's, but they have a 4-year degree, and they can be working towards that, and we can work something out so the students can receive service. There's also just the issue of reciprocity between one state and another state. You have reciprocity agreements here throughout New England. And however, this would just add in another requirement that before you're going to get certification in this state, you got to jump through all these hoops and take a course or class and all these rules. And lastly, there's a cost to all this. Who's going to be teaching this particular class? And is it going to be DOE? Is it going to have to be somebody else that's not identified? So with all that, I would recommend that we ITL the bill.
Does the seconder have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No comments other than I think the chair will do an excellent committee report on this one, it sounds like.
Thank you. Any other comments from anyone else on the committee? I see none. So, Madam Secretary, it's your turn.
Thank you. This is House Bill number 1372, relative to requirements for teacher certification. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is a yes. Representative Simon?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Waltz?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So ITL 18-0.
Everybody okay with consent? Great. Mr. Chairman, the gavel is back to you.
Okay, I'm going to go get the gavel. I'll be back in a second.
Did you say 18?
Yes. Glenn, I have emails that say that people were going to be absent, or who the subs are. Do they go with the clerk's staff, or they just?
I don't know if they need to go with the clerk stuff or
No,
not.
that stuff is just for information. That doesn't,
Okay.
you don't need that. Okay, that was 18-0, right? Okay. Okay, we're ready to go ahead and deal with the executing HB 1090 relative to teaching on discrimination in the public schools. I look to Representative Lakis for a motion.
I would like to move to ITL this.
And is there a second? Okay, and we have a motion made by Representative Lakis and second by Representative Nelson. Discussion, Representative Lakis.
Thank you. We're going to be hearing a lot having to do with RSA 19340 and as well as the other section 130, at any rate, the other section. So I want to get some things clear since we're going to keep talking about this for quite a few bills. I'm still trying to understand what the objections are. So I'm going to go through this sort of line by line, and when you guys say that you have an objection, please let me know so that I know, oh, we object, this is what we object to. Number 1, no pupil in any public school in this state shall be taught that one sexual orientation is inherently superior to people of another sexual orientation. Anybody have a problem with that? Is it clear?
So, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I just want to make it clear that we're not responsible for having to indicate whether to Representative Lekas's questions whether we have a problem with it. If she doesn't have a problem with those statements, that's up to her to state. But I don't think we need to be responsive line by line. And if we do not respond, I don't think that's an indication that we don't have a problem with what she's reading. Certainly, people are free to respond, but no response doesn't mean that we're okay. I would just want to make that abundantly clear.
I think you made your point very clear, and that nobody has to respond on this committee to another person if you desire not to. Go ahead.
On the other
Representative Lakis.
hand, that leaves me free to assume that you agree. No pupil
That's just what we
leaves me free. It may not leave the rest of the committee free.
Well, we're telling you we don't consent. That's
Okay,
exactly what
that's
David just
fine. You
said.
don't consent. No pupil in any public school in this state shall be taught that an individual, by virtue of their sexual orientation, is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously. Does that sound objectionable? No
Mr. Chair,
pupil in
Mr.
any
Chair.
public school.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Mullen.
Could I ask what Representative Lakis is reading? Because I have the law as currently written in front of me. And I'm not, I don't know what you're reading from Representative Lakis.
That's fair. Instead of saying taught, instructed, inculcated, or compelled to express belief in or support for any one or more of the following, I just picked the first word taught, okay, to make it easier, because that's what you do when you have a long list. Because then we'll go back and look at those other words and see if it's instructed, inculcated, or compelled, et cetera, that is objectionable. I'm trying to make it clear. And then
So
sexual...
Representative Lakis, what you need to do is that this is a bill which we're addressing, and you've indicated that you've made a motion to ITL the bill. With that, you would give a rationale of why you're making that particular motion.
Well,
and you can give your research to, and then you can counter that yourself.
Okay, well,
May I follow up?
Yes, Representative Mullen.
I'm looking at the law, and the first indicator is one's age.
So,
Yes.
if in fact we're not going to get this back and forth, Representative Lakis, you have the floor to support your motion. If there are questions that need to be answered, they can be done after after it goes to another person to be recognized by the chair. We can't
Thank
go
you.
back and forth like this.
thank you, I
Mr. Chair,
appreciate
Mr.
that.
Chair,
Yes.
I don't wish to go through the statute piece by piece by piece. I feel patronized in some way that, that I'm part of a class now that is learning about this law. That's not what we're doing here today. We are voting up or down on these bills, and the bill, Representative Lakis has said her, support for this bill, or her support for the ITL, I'm sorry, and I think that, you've made it clear, but I really object to going through a class on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Lakis, would you go ahead, please proceed?
Thank you, thank you. We keep saying we're gonna repeal this. I wanna make it clear what we're repealing. That's why we're going through it, because this is what I object to. I don't understand why we're repealing this, and that's why I'm going through the bill. The bill says, "No pupil in any public school in the state shall be taught that an individual should be discriminated against or receive adverse treatment solely or partly because of their sexual orientation. No pupil or in any public school in this state shall be taught that people of one sexual orientation cannot treat others without
Mr.
regard to
Chair,
sexual
Mr. Chair.
orientation."
Yes?
I object. I don't know how more to object to this than to get up and leave. I find this totally patronizing to be read the bill. If I would not try to read a bill, reading the law, yes, to say, you know, what's objectionable in here. Obviously, you don't find anything objectionable in it. Others do. And that's why we vote on a bill rather than go through law piece by piece by piece. I don't know how to object any stronger.
We have read the law, Representative Lakis. What you need to do right now is to explain why you are offering this particular position of ITL.
Okay, number one, all of those in section 1, I think we should all be supporting. I'm trying to find out because my understanding with an exec session is that we are supposed to be discussing, not just, oh, we're voting this way because of this, we're voting this way because of this, end of statement, vote, go. I thought we were supposed to discuss. This is a bill, this is a piece of law that bill after bill is trying to repeal. And so the question is, why are we repealing this? And so why I am trying to understand what the objection to this piece of law is. That was why I was going through each section and say, okay, so I can, since you have read it and you have it and you know what it is, what are the objections to section 2? How's that? Then I'm not reading it.
And that can be answered if people so desire when you give the floor up and others have
Okay.
the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Chairman, I would be willing to respond on a more general basis to Representative Liakis. I'm certainly not going to go section by section. But what she's looking for is why people object, and I would address that if she's so interested.
We're going through the parliamentary process right now where the maker of the motion has an opportunity to explain why the motion was put forth. The second has the same opportunity to do that. Then when we get into the debating on that, then that's what follows. And that's the process so if there are questions, let's get this motion, put forth. We have it put forth, but have the maker and then the second explain why they're, of that opinion or that position, and then we can get into the questioning back and forth through our discussion.
Okay, thank you. I will do that. I keep reading this. I do not understand what the problem is. I am ITLing it because I don't want to get rid of this piece of law. I think it is a good piece of law, and I am quite happy to listen to people who will point out specifically what it is that they object to and why they object to it, because it's all based on those first 4 lines that I read. Yes, I did not read every single age, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, race, creed, color, marital status, etc., because by the time you put all those words in, you can't understand what it says. So the way you read something like that is you pick one of the words and use that one. And when you have something that starts out with the same thing and then there's a list, you put the same thing in front of it. So I wanted to make it very clear what it is that we're talking about, because we're going to be talking about it all day. And I wanted to make it very clear what it was, because I hear all kinds of arguments about what these things say, and I wanted to make it clear what it says, because I keep hearing that it says things that it doesn't say. And so I just wanted everybody to hear exactly what it does say. But I won't patronize you and read it that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Nelson, do you have, as maker of the second, do you have any discussion? Okay, it's open to the full committee now for discussion. Representative Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct this to Representative Lakis, so I'm sure the whole committee, it's appropriate for the whole committee. What you don't understand and what is puzzling to you is why you don't see where any one of these individual issues, it's not the individual issue, it's the summation of them. It's a chilling. This bill has been proposed in states around the country. And if you read the news like I do, nationally, not just in New Hampshire, but nationally, these bills are chilling the teaching of history in this country. Teachers are afraid to go anywhere near these topics because they're afraid they're going to be accused of violating the law. So there are huge gaps now in what our children are being taught because teachers are scared to address touchy subject matters. And these are difficult subject matters, but they're important. The history of racial discrimination in our country is a crucial part of our history. We fought a war over it. But teachers are afraid to go there teaching about it in any way, shape, or form. They're afraid to teach about the civil rights movement, a huge part of our history. This is a law that chills the ability of teachers to teach. It's a law that deprives thereby depriving our children of an appropriate understanding of history. That is why people object to it. So you're right. If you pick it apart one at a time, word by word, it's hard to find a specific thing that somebody objects to. But when you look at it in its entirety, as one must with any law, it is a law that chills teaching the truth. And that's why it's problematic.
Further discussion. Representative, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. It's hard to get recognized over here in the corner.
Well, especially when Representative Luno has his head right in front.
That's right.
Your hand.
That's right. I got to go like this, right? So I just want to say that this bill is the start of censorship in schools. And we know that because we see it, as Representative Waltz says, across the United States. But it's happening in New Hampshire as well. Censorship has started. First, it's starting with civil rights and history of the Civil War and history of the United States. But it's extended far beyond that. In fact, in the first section you read, we have Florida who is taking gay out of the school, any talk of any sexual orientation. We heard in even testimony in here, people see it as transgenderism, getting transgenderism out of the school. We've heard of books being burned and attacking schools. I went to a school board meeting the other day, and at that school board meeting, the assistant superintendent talked about how some vigilante, because that's the other part of this bill, is it sparks vigilantism and has a $500 reward for finding out about teachers. And evidently, somebody in his district wanted that $500 because they had called and said that they had seen on this teacher's Facebook, and I just want to remind everybody that they're trolling Facebook, that she had joined a group of teachers that were talking about this particular law and about the ramifications and the guide rails for it. And because of that, this person, this citizen, this parent, wanted this teacher investigated and spelled out how she wanted this teacher investigated, wanted the superintendent to go into the classroom, wanted to confiscate all the curriculum that this teacher was teaching, wanted to have the teacher brought up before the school board. And the assistant superintendent said, you know, this is one of our best teachers. And he said, what a waste of my time. She's an excellent teacher. She teaches the truth. She didn't do anything objectionable. This person had never been in her class. The student, her child had long ago graduated from the school. It was simply something that she heard on the radio, the television, through certain apps or Facebook herself, Facebook pages herself. This is what this bill does, or this law does. And this bill seeks to reverse that. What is being taught at schools and how it's being taught is really a local issue. It's superintendents. And I think our schools address issues when they come up, just like this one was addressed, but as this assistant superintendent said, with everything going on, COVID, everything that they've gone through, what a waste of time. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Lakis?
Our law isn't the same as Florida or the rest of them. There are only 4 lines. They're very clear what they are. That's why I had wanted to read the 4 things. They're very clear, and we can't get rid of laws because people spread misinformation about them. What a way to get rid of any law we want to get rid of. Just get out and spread misinformation, and then people will say, I can't do anything with that because of, misinformation that's out there. It's the spreading of misinformation that has teachers terrified, that has teachers saying I can't teach anything, that has the chilling effect. And the appropriate response is not to say, well, let's take care of let's get rid of this law because there's all this misinformation. The correct response is to say, let's get the proper information out there, because I think if you read those first things, the things that they say they're not supposed to be teaching, nobody in here will object. I didn't expect anybody to object to any of them because they're not objectionable. They're things that we've all been arguing and fighting for years. All these things, this anti-discrimination, we don't want these kids discriminated against. And that's what it's about, keeping the kids from being discriminated against. And it's very clear. But some people apparently do want to discriminate, and therefore they're spreading misinformation, and everybody's reacting to the misinformation. So rather than getting rid of the law, it's a good law. It's just saying don't do these things that we've been saying don't do. We should get that information out there. We should get the truth out there and say no. This law doesn't say you can't teach about racism or any of that other stuff. It says you can't say one race is better than another race. It says you can't teach that somebody should be discriminated against based on their race. That's nothing to, none of you want teachers doing that, right? That's what you've been saying for years. You don't want teachers doing that. That's all this says.
Mr. Chair, I've got to
Thank you.
object to words being put in our mouths.
Oh, okay.
And expectations being set of what we should be voting for and what we should be supporting. I think this is just outrageous and a very extreme, an extreme position and just not fruitful debate.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to present perhaps a little different point of view. I think teachers are chilled by the prohibition of the free exchange of ideas in their classroom, not because somehow or another they don't want to protect the protected classes. So I think that the prohibition against free exchange of ideas is in fact chilling. I also think that we're forgetting that this law also provides for civil action against teachers, schools, school districts. We're also forgetting that it's a very vague law and that a violation by a teacher of a law that is very vague could result in being found guilty of crimes against the teacher code of conduct. So I think this goes way beyond whether or not we are in fact protecting the protected classes, because once we move beyond that language, I think the intent becomes clear that this is set up to be a legalistic issue.
Further discussion. Representative Waltz.
Thank you. What has happened with this is, and you only have to read our emails to see it. People writing to us all the time say, I don't want critical race theory taught in the schools. The words critical race theory are not in this law. but they have interpreted this law to be critical race theory. The fact of the matter is, most of them have no idea what critical race theory is, and they have twisted it into something it's not, and they're going after teachers saying you're teaching critical race theory when, one, they're not, two, the person making the allegation doesn't understand what critical race theory is. This is McCarthyism all over again. This is no different than what McCarthy did in the 50s, where you put stuff out there, you scare people, they're afraid to talk, and then they are chilled so that they won't go there. This is wrong, and if we understand history, we know that we should not be doing this again.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. First, I would point everybody to 19340 Roman 2, which says, nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit discussing as part of a larger course of academic instruction the historical existence of ideas and subjects identified in this section. I think that that's pretty clear. I see nowhere is there any prohibition of the free exchange of ideas. And in terms of McCarthyism, if you look at the Department of Justice website, there is a link to a complaint form to submit complaints about parents at school board meetings. You know, I think that's chilling. And it started with the Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education, to the National School Boards Association, to the Department of Justice. It was a whole prearranged motion that got the DOJ and FBI involved to tracking parents. So if you want to talk about chilling, to me that is chilling. And I see nothing in here that should present a chilling effect on the teaching of slavery or the Civil War or anything else. It's trying to extend what's in 354, our Human Rights Commission, to prevent any inculcation or compelling of students to express one belief in a classroom or outside a classroom. So I am totally supportive of the ITL motion.
Further discussion. Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we have a law on the books that allows a parent to come into the school and object to any material and actually provide alternative education for it. As a former health teacher, you can bet that over the 35 years that I taught, we had several people that came in and had objections. And each time that parent came in with objections, we dealt with it. The student was given alternative course of study, and we went on, and everybody seemed very satisfied with that. If that law was working, and I feel from personal experience, it was working very well for both parents who wanted certain topics to be taught at home and not in the school, that's great. They were able to do that. Then why on earth did we need to have a bill like this, where again, vigilantes in this state offered $500 to report a teacher. And that teacher, as Representative Mullen said, one of the chilling effects is, just like this teacher at Kearsarge, was that she could have lost her license, her credential. That's her livelihood. Spent thousands of dollars on education to get there, has worked very hard and put in her time and loyalty, and teachers go above and beyond. And yet, something like this could be drummed up, and that teacher loses their license. To say it doesn't have a chilling effect is failing to see reality, I think. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I think to fail to see that the existing law doesn't have a chilling effect really ignores, I think, a lot of the testimony that we've heard in this committee, that has come across in other committees, and that has been published in newspapers and media across the state. Once in particular I can think of is from the Rudman Center at UNH Law, where specifically the law was cited as having a chilling effect on teachers, and very much, I think, corresponds to what we've heard in this committee, where, quote, the law's broad use of the word teach dissuades teachers from presenting material as a jumping off point for discussion, lest they be accused of indoctrinating students simply because they expose them to one author's thesis. We've got other testimony, because, quote, because of the vague language and stiff penalties, some educators will inevitably avoid important topics concerning race and gender because they fear being the subject of a complaint or a lawsuit from an angry parent or a student who does not like what is in their curriculum. And I'm not, I could go on and say, why these discussions are important, but I don't even think you have to. I think just the chilling effect alone is just so abhorrent to what we consider to be public education and public schools, and the ability for teachers to be able to address complaints either directly with parents, directly with students, or directly with their school boards. We've heard this nearly universally. It's fun for all of us to sort of like pretend like we're the end all when it comes to understanding these situations. But I think taking the information and relying on the information that we hear from experts, and in this case, a really diverse set of experts in the field that call this law chilling and advocate for its repeal. Finally, I'd say another expert, and this is actually from a law firm, and there's a number of law firms that have weighed in on this, is and law firms, a lot of law firms, I think, like it when the right of private action opens up and can provide additional business for them, whether it's suing teachers or suing school districts, all that translating into higher property taxes. But this law firm says, despite its brevity, or perhaps because of it, it creates a legal minefield for New Hampshire public school teachers and school administrators. And I think that extends right to property taxpayers as well, that are going to have to pay the funds to defend schools from these cases. So I think what the bill that we're looking at here not only puts teachers back into the mode of teaching, but protects property taxpayers from frivolous lawsuits.
Further discussion, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Representative Cordelli's comments on the parent issue, the parent concern, and that does sound chilling, but it's not applicable to this particular bill. What I find chilling in this is, as a former high school social studies teacher, I was reflecting upon that young woman who was in here today's on the 9th of February, talking about the limitations to put on her AP class and her potential teaching. We know that when we allow good teachers to teach inquisitive, Socratic, thought-provoking dialogues, students now become interested, involved, have a chance to dialogue themselves, and the whole process of education takes off and grows and grows. Those are the types of youngsters and the types of dialogues we want in schools, so the children come out as young leaders, young adults, and move on to become questioning leaders in our country and making decisions for the betterment of the people. But when we restrict the information we allow them to have, or we provide a law that makes it uncomfortable for teachers to provide that type of instruction, or limits in their mind because of possible litigation, that type of instruction, we've done a real disservice to the base public education process, all the way up from the time we try to create critical thinking in our kids. Try to treat critical thinking skills, but we need to have that dialogue. We can't do it on a very washed out pastel fake form of history. So I suggested that this is a huge impact of public education as it is on discrimination and discrimination issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Litchfield, did you have your hand up?
I did. Thank you. So I wanted to start by saying that I understand where you're all coming from, because that's my platform, is I don't agree with censorship. So I absolutely agree 100% with where you're coming from. And I can understand why the teachers would feel paralyzed when they're teaching, simply because I feel it even from the moment I won my state legislator election, because even right now as I speak, and the same with you, right? We all know everything that we're saying on camera, they're going to use those snippets for or against us. My concern is within the classrooms, no matter what we're talking about when it comes to even DEIJ or any of this sort of thing, it just needs to be balanced. So we're talking about what the teachers are sharing for books, right? My concern is if they want to share one type of book that people may be uncomfortable with, we need to have that balance. And what I'd like to do, if this is allowed, is just toss a question to Rep. Lakis. And I just want to get a better understanding for, there's a reason why this law came to be in the first place last year. It didn't come out of the blue. There's a reason for it. What is the reason for it? Is that okay to do? Or I could toss it to anybody in the room.
Yes, there's no problem with that.
Okay.
What's the basis for the law? Sure.
Because we have seen teachers and administrators teaching things that basically says that one race is inherently better than another race. These are some things that, and that's specifically in here. It doesn't say you can't talk about race. You can't talk about all the bad things that have happened, all the racism. It says you can't teach that one race is better than another. And that's why the words are very specific, not general, but very specific. There are 4 specific items, and that's one of them. And it's because, and I will say, I know this is happening. A girl came home. I happened to be visiting her mom. She was a friend of my daughter's, and my daughter was out. And she came home in tears. Now, she has a biracial family, right? Her mom is very blonde. Her dad is very black. And she happens to be the lightest of the siblings. And she came home in tears because she was taught that because she was white, she was inherently racist. And she's a teenage kid, right? An adolescent. And she knows that being racist is being evil and bad. I mean, that's how it gets translated, right? So she came home in tears. Now, her siblings are darker than her. They're not racist, but because she happened to be born lighter than her siblings, she was racist. In other words, she was evil. And this is a teenage girl who's already having to deal with all those self-image things that teenage girls are having to deal with. That is being taught. And that is why these specific things were put in here, and they are 4 very specific things, because these are the things that people were coming up against. And that's why.
Further discussion. Representative Nelson, did you have your hand up, or Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Like Representative Woodcock, I also was a history, social studies teacher, public schools, parochial schools. McCarthyism was and is, it's in the dictionary now. It involves alarmist, scare tactics, emotionalizing issues, and I am hearing alarmist, scare tactics, emotionalized issues on this bill and on the current law. To Representative Litchfield's point, HB 54 originally came about because of genuine documented concerns about proselytation in the classroom. There are plenty of examples. Representative Lekis just gave one. So to your question, there are legitimate reasons why that HB 54 came about. Now, HB 54 did not become law as it came to the legislature. It didn't come to this committee. What's in law now is words that are very, very benign. And as Representative Cordelli said, the law specifically protects educators who want to have critical thinking happen and have back and forth happen. I think Representative Wallace, somebody mentioned the mail that we get, the emails in this, we get a ton of them. And message after message after message refers to banned concepts, divisive concepts. That is not in law. And, as a teacher, I want to correct these emails and send it back to people and say, you're using words that are not in law. So and as a history teacher, I would not be at all threatened by this if I do my job and do it right, and don't proselytize. There's nothing to worry about. In terms of these scare tactics, I would venture to wager, and I do make bets from time to time. About a year from now, there's not a single bounty that will be collected. I'd be surprised if there are any prosecutions. What this existing statute does is it addresses legitimate, real concerns, and it became law through the civics process. I don't have a problem with the current law, and so therefore I support the ITL motion.
Further discussion, Representative Tanner and then Ellison.
I don't think it came through the regular civics process. And that's another part of the problem. Stakeholders weren't involved. There wasn't a lot of discussion. It was actually, I think, put in HB2, if I'm correct.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked the maker of this motion in a prior session if she could give me examples that from New Hampshire schools that the law was supposed to address. She has yet to respond other than the one example she just gave me. And I would also question the statement that was just made that there are plenty of examples in New Hampshire schools where things have taken place that the original law addresses. So I think we're dealing with some conjecture here and some wishful thinking on the part of the people who were involved in this. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know whose side this will be on, but I sat in a classroom as a teacher in the 8th grade, and I had to keep my mouth shut because I was the guest, not a guest, but an observer. And this particular young lady, new teacher, was talking about World War II and Japan and apologized for us bombing Japan with the atomic bomb. Now, she never gave the other side of this. She never said how many 100,000 American troops would have been killed. She never mentioned any of that. That's all she said. All I could think of is the kids leaving that classroom and going home to their grandparents, whoever were alive back then, and what they must have thought when they spewed this out. And I was very concerned, and I went to her at the end of the class because it was inappropriate for me to interrupt. And I said, "Where did you get this from?" She said, "My college teacher." That was it. So these kids have something in their mind. At least if they could have been justified to say this side and this side, I would have been happy. But anyway, that's just a frustration.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you, Representative Nelson. I would agree that it'd be a shame that all the information was put out there. But my point is that I would also agree with Representative Tanner when Representative Litchfield asked a question. And the response to the question is it never came through this committee. It wasn't part of the civics process. It came on the back of a budget bill where dialogue was not allowed. Had dialogue been allowed, we may not be here discussing this today. So that's not a real civics process. That's not democracy by any means. So that's why we're here to look at this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion from the committee. Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Real quick, the legislative process, as we all know, allowed for a version of 544 to go forward. It had a full hearing. It was an ED, I don't remember which committee heard it. It was not this committee. Perhaps it should have been this committee. But it was a long, extended, emotional series of a bunch of testimony on 544, which was changed in response to the testimony. And yes, it was part of HB2 or SB, the budget. So it is a legitimate part of law. Lawmaking is like sausage making, but the legislative process was legitimate, and so that I just wanted to say that.
That's probably why sausage is unhealthy.
Well, it's very good. Okay, Representative Lakers.
I didn't give names, specific school names, because sometimes I have problems recalling names and didn't want to accidentally say the wrong name. Laconia, Dover, and we had testimony from a lady who came in and had evidence on lots of other schools. The superintendents are actually teaching actual CRT in the in-service teacher training days and pushing it. And I do have copies of slides that are used. And they start out with things like the way to talk to a white kid about privilege. I can email you those slides if you want to see them. I was going to copy them off and present them when we do hear that bill. But if you want to know about it beforehand, yes, there is evidence, and yes, we have the slides. Thank you.
Representative Waltz?
Representative Lakis, you just made my point, because you said superintendents are teaching actual critical race theory. And I suspect you don't know what actual critical race theory is, because if you talk to an academic at a university, actual critical race theory just says that some of our institutions are inherently racially biased. And that's true. We know that some of that about policing. Some of our institutions over time have had some inherent bias embedded in them. And the Supreme Court and others have, and Congress and state legislators have passed laws to try and counter that bias. Critical race theory does not teach that one race is better than another. It talks about institutions. That's what true critical race theory is. I don't think you believe that is what's being taught in our schools, that there are institutional issues. So what I'm suggesting is your use of the terms critical race theory is what's out there in the parlance, and it's the misunderstanding of what true critical race theory is, and about how there have been institutional issues in this country that needed to be addressed in laws and in case law. I agree that we should not be teaching one race is better than another. That is not critical race theory, if you really know what critical race theory is.
Go ahead.
And
Yes.
I know, that's why I didn't bring that up here, because this is not about critical race theory. I know that. I was addressing the fact that he went back to 1255 and said that I didn't come up with any instances, and I was giving instances for 1255, and according to these slides and these people, they are claiming it's critical race theory. I've heard lots of different things what critical race theory means. All I'm saying is they are claiming it. No, they're not teaching these things. This does not have to do with critical race theory. Okay, I know that. And that's why it doesn't say critical race theory anywhere in here. But I was responding, I was talking about indoctrination and teaching a specific theory or ideology or idea. And so that was the examples I was giving for that. I was responding to his question about specifics, not about this bill at all. That was about a totally different bill.
And I was responding to the fact you said specifically that superintendents and others are teaching critical race theory in our schools. When you said that, that's what I felt the need to respond to, because I don't believe that's true.
Well, they believe that's true because that's what they called it. And so all I'm saying is they're teaching what they believe is critical race theory, which is white privilege, basically, in their, at any rate.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Always a little bit hesitant to jump into a conversation when you're not a part of the actual committee where people have been discussing this at length. But for whatever it's worth, I have personal experience with this particular issue. Both of my children attended a school where these topics were discussed. And in a sense, it is a manifestation of critical race theory, even if it's not critical race theory that's being taught. And I think this law in particular looks to address the idea that critical race theory would be manifested in our school system. And what I mean by that is when the institutional power is levied against children to tell them things about themselves that are untrue, And the child has to deal with the institutional power coming down upon themselves. It's not one child saying something to another child. It's going into an auditorium where something is being presented by the official capacity of the institution, where they're made to fill out surveys in which they're asked what their race is, what their socioeconomic status is, what their sexuality is. And my daughter came home in tears the first day saying, the only thing I've got for me is I'm a girl. Otherwise, I'm the worst human being on the world. And I watched as relationships that she had with her friends, who were majority people of color, disintegrated over her time in that school. To the point that after graduation, one of her friends contacted her a little bit later and said, I'm sorry. I had no idea how bad it had really gotten until I got away for a little bit. It took 2 years for my daughter to decompress from that whole situation. It happens. It is the institutional power behind it that matters. That is a manifestation of critical race theory, even if it's not what's technically being taught. And I think that's what this law seeks to address. And I do take issue. I don't want a chilling effect on teachers. I don't. But when the teachers are using the institutional power to go after children, that I object to. And that does happen. And I've experienced it firsthand. And I've been in that battle 2 years against teachers who are highly educated teachers. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't even consider them to be bad people. They're good people. I was friends with them. They're educated people, Harvard grads and things of this nature. But there are ideas. There are ideas that we need to handle with care when the institutional power is behind them, because children don't have the power to stand up to that institutional power. And to me, that would be the concern. So once again, for what it's worth, not an official member of this committee, but that has been my personal experience when it comes to these particular topics. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Representative Simon. Representative Julius.
Yeah, frankly, I was thinking about this law, the way it is written, and I feel that if back in the 1920s, Germany had a law like this, things would turn out a lot better.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative.
Like the other representative, I am a guest in this committee. But one of the things that struck me about this particular law all the way along is the chilling effect that it does have on teachers, and the chilling effect that it has on teaching kids things that they really do need to know. I think a lot of us grew up taking history courses where literally the only black person we learned about in detail was Booker Washington. If you grew up in the 60s, there were a lot of people who thought Martin Luther King was a criminal. We weren't taught about things like Reconstruction. We weren't taught about things like Jim Crow laws. And these are things that we are not individually responsible for. We were not personally involved in these things. But what we have the opportunity to do through education is to teach our kids why these things happened. What were the circumstances that led to some of these terrible things and some of these terrible laws happening? And what are some of the things that we can do in the future to prevent those things from happening again? And especially in a state, New Hampshire, the last time I looked at a demographic census, we're 90% white. And I think it's more incumbent on states like ours, where we do have a significant majority of one particular racial composition, to understand what people in the other racial compositions have actually gone through, and some of the struggles that they've seen in our society as they try to become equal. I'm in the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, and one of the things that we talk about all the time is systemic racism. We have programs at the Police Standards and Training Academy that actually try to deal that try to make officers aware of things like that. These are not things that are illusions. These are things that actually exist, And they're things that we have an opportunity to overcome. But laws like this just make things so much more difficult because they stifle conversations that really need to be had. And I think they're not just conversations that students need to have with teachers, but they're conversations that parents need to have with their kids. I was fortunate because I grew up in a household where my parents were willing to have those conversations with everything that was going on in the 60s, with Martin Luther King being shot, with Malcolm X being shot, with the demonstrations on TV every single night from places down south. And I mean, try to understand what that was like. I think a lot of us sort of lived through it, and sometimes I think we forget what it was like to kind of go through those times as a child, where you're trying to understand things. So we're in a position now where we have, on some of these issues, we do have the perspective of time. And these are things that do need to be in our curriculum, and sometimes teachers are going to raise them in ways that make them uncomfortable, but I don't think it means we need to be prosecuting teachers. We heard another bill where teachers could actually be filmed on camera. We have a teacher hiring crisis and staffing crisis in this state anyway, and this bill is not making this any better. It's not making New Hampshire a more attractive place to teach, and I would urge you to support it.
Thank you very much, Representative Muse. Are there any further discussion from the committee? Representative Simon.
Sorry, debate of the two people who aren't actually on the committee, and very
Oh,
well
no,
spoken,
no,
Representative
you're welcome
Porter.
to do so. Go for it, both of you.
It was all very well said, and I agree with you on so many of your points, and obviously the heart at which you're coming at this. What I would express is, in my experience with some of this particular material, for example, on Martin Luther King Day, Martin Luther King had the famous statement, he wants to see a world in which people are judged on the content of their character, not on the color of their skin. But on Martin Luther King Day, instead of teaching that to the children, they broke them off into racial affinity groups and segregated them from each other so that they could have race-specific conversations. And I don't see how that achieves the goals, the lofty goals to which you would want to see us achieve. There are things about that, and maybe this is where the deeper discussion needs to happen. Maybe there is confusion as to what's actually happening and what that actually produces out into society. My experience with this genuinely was that it increased racism. It increased animosity. It didn't solve anything. It only exacerbated it and made it worse, where there wasn't any before, where children got along very well and supported one another and served with one another and learned with one another and discussed with one another. They stopped talking because some were taught that they were oppressed and some taught that they were oppressors, and it just broke everything apart. So maybe some clarification needs to happen in the language, maybe some deeper study needs to happen, but to say that that's not happening, I know that it is, and I've experienced it. So once again, for what it's worth, I agree with your sentiments, but I think there are things that are happening that would actually undermine that, and I think that's what this law, from my perspective, this law is seeking to address. Simply that I can't walk up to you and say, because you're white, you're racist, you're bad, you need to get out of the way. And that teaching is, although not it doesn't encompass critical race theory, it is a part of the general critical race theory spectrum of thought, and that would be the systemic nature of it. So once again, it's difficult being in the committee and listening because I feel like valid things are being said on both sides of this issue, but not necessarily. I don't feel like the conversation has necessarily hit at all of the essential truths. So that's all. Thank you.
Any further discussion, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Just point out that a lot of this discussion has been about the subject of race, but the law goes well beyond that in terms of other classes, so that there should be no um, instruction, inculcation that one religion is better than the other, that is superior to the other. Would we want anyone to walk up to someone coming out of a synagogue and said, Jews are such and such, or a parish and say Catholics are such and such? No, that's what this bill is trying to address. It's not just race. It's religion, family status, a whole bunch of issues that I think that we need to be careful in addressing and not promoting the idea that one is better than the other. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know what I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around? The fact that the legislative body passed a law last year that protected religious and private schools from anyone being able to question their ideology, their mission, their credos, or I'm having a hard time sort of, I don't know, putting it into a perspective where I can justify that we're going to censor public school teachers, but if you teach in a private or a religious school, then you don't have to, this law doesn't apply to you. So I don't know. I mean, I offer it as a commentary more than a question, because it just seems ironic to me that this legislature passed a law to protect private and religious schools, and this seems antithetical to that in public schools.
Representative Mullen, I'd like to try to respond a little bit to that. We have religious exemptions in numerous areas of legislation, i.e. medications and that. I agree with you. I believe the way that is written, it is discriminatory against the person who has no religion but has a right of conscience, a right of belief. And your religion is your belief. My religion might be that it's not religious belief, it's my conscience and my principles that I guide myself by. And that's my right of conscience. And that's inherent to me. So, I believe that we try to wrap a lot of this up in some form of legislation. I don't think we always do a great job of that. So that's my response, that there's also discrimination on the other side. Representative Tanner.
I think the discussion that we've had for almost over an hour now really indicates that this bill should go to interim study. I think it would be good to have a robust discussion about the bill and to have some public airing, public testimony. So I would say that I plan to vote against the ITL, and I would say that an interim study might be offered. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Yes, Representative Luno.
Sure. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And excuse me. Just real simply, I don't see that there's any moral high ground in support of the existing law, either in the words that are in statute now or how that statute was arrived at. I think that the existing law is quite simply about censorship in schools, with super high stake penalties for teachers, and exposes school districts to frivolous lawsuits and having to defend those. So honestly, I think the repeal language makes a lot of sense. I'm certainly going to oppose the ITL, and I would support an interim study, but I'd also support an OTP on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
This is relative to House Bill 1090, relative to teaching on discrimination in the public schools. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is a yes. Representative Simon?
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Nelson, Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Waltz,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison, Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Woodcock, Representative Muse,
No.
and Representative Hall,
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the ITL passes 10-9.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed into. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a minority blurb. Representative Luna, let me know who's going to be doing that. Yes, it will be Representative Mullen will be doing that.
And the minority motion will be ought to pass?
Yeah, I would assume that. Okay, we'll move on to the next bill, HB 1576. Does everybody have a copy of it? Okay. (1576) is an act repealing the law relative to certain discrimination in public workplaces and education. Representative Lakis, do you have a motion?
I move ITL.
Is there a second? Representative Nelson? Representative Lakis, you're maker of the motion? Discussion?
Yes, I don't know that I have to say a whole lot more than the last one because this does a lot of the same things. It just repeals those two areas. I will say that I did write up for the history teacher who came to see us when we were talking about this bill, the history teacher that everybody liked and wanted to have his history teacher. I wrote up, I just wrote down on here what the bill says, but instead of listing all the things each time, I just picked one out and listed it. And he said, "This is a really good bill. I like this." I said, "Is it unclear?" He said, "Well, the fourth one, because of the way it's worded, because it has a double negative, was a little harder to understand, but he really liked it." And I said, "This is the bill they're trying to repeal." And he did not like that idea. So I just wanted to pass that on. But, yeah,
Representative
same
Nelson?
reasons.
Representative Nelson, do you have anything to state? Thank you. It's open for discussion. Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, there may be some people that like the current law. I mean, given the fact that that when House Bill, what was it, 544 last year, had substantial hearings in, I think it was in ED&A. I think it was in ED&A, and ended up being retained. And because it was so contentious, and there were a lot of people who disagreed with that bill. But clearly there were people that agreed with it and thought the best way to get it into law would be through the budget process and jam it right into to the budget. But this bill here, House Bill 1576, yeah, there's probably some people that disagree with it, but at least based on the numbers, there were 1,149 in support, 357 opposed, and in the prior bill, there was 1,201 in support and 70 people opposed. So I hope a lot of these people are watching. I hope they're talking to their friends. I hope they're looking forward to the next election, and I hope they're willing to hold people accountable in this room and in the legislature to the votes they make. And this is clearly a law that that is not supported by the vast majority of Granite Staters. And I think we've got a great opportunity right here and right now to repeal it. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Lakis?
I did want to remind you that that individual came in opposition, in support of repealing the law. He came in on one side based on what he had heard and came out on the other side having actually seen the law. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on this, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I would ask all of you to go back to your notes that I'm sure you took in a wonderful manner from this bill. And I was asking you to remind yourself to read through your notes from the testimony we had by the rabbi from Nashua. And how clear he was, how powerful he was on the necessity for improving what we do as requires discrimination in our public workplace and schools, and support this law's repeal. If you did take the time to read his testimony, or you have it printed out in your worksheets in front of you, I'd ask you to review it again, because it is powerful, and it is clearly the way that we should be going. This law needs to be repealed. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? I'd like to just interject a little bit of what I went through as a teacher in the 4th grade and later as a school principal and an administrator. When I was a teacher over in Maine, but secondly, when I went to Alaska, we lived in a community. The only way to access that community was by plane or by barge. And it was a Native Alaskan community. And my family and I and my wife and kids were distinctly a minority. And I watched my young girls, which were in 1st grade, 2nd grade, as they were taught in that classroom. There was no critical race theory. They went in there respecting everybody else for what they were, kids. And kids played together and learned together and ate together as kids. But when we inject this theory that we've been talking about, if that were injected into there, we'd be definitely splitting those kids up into various groups. And we didn't do that. And of course, I've mentioned before, the younger daughter came out able to speak Yupik. And that was her foreign language when she went on to speech pathology. So I feel that there's ways of doing what we are trying to achieve in this country, and we've come a long way over the last years that this country's been in existence. And we've had our downs and our ups, but we're moving forward. And we don't have to have a theory telling us how to do that. I think that the kids will do it. I think we all will do it, and we are doing it. So for the institution to have to get in and project that we're going to have this methodology, and there are going to be those instructors. Just like there's people in any business that go a little bit further than they probably should. Instruction's something that I was taught as a teacher. There's a line. You've got to be able to identify where that line is when you start injecting and imparting your own personal opinion. They're going to ask you what party you're part of. But if we use our higher order thinking skills, if we use shared inquiry, there's a way of moving that around, like this teacher did that's the history teacher. He didn't have to go into that. He was wise enough and had enough wisdom so he could change that to a discussion where they were getting at the facts and kids were making up their own minds rather than injecting his perspective. And that's what we have to do as teachers. We have to teach. We have to get into the facts. We got to get into the material, but we don't want to inject our own personal opinion. And I think we all must concur on that. Now, that's a basic truth I have as a teacher. There are those folks, which are not many, but there are some that come in, are young and inexperienced, and they're quick to push what they think they should be pushing. And they don't have that wisdom yet, and that's why we have folks that are, go through a couple years before they become a teacher that's, the experienced teacher. I don't want to say tenured and all that. We don't like that word, do we, Representative Woodcock? But you know it. You learn a lot as you teach. So the inexperienced teacher needs that help in identifying the boundaries within instruction. That's that's a given. So I'd like to think that we are moving as a country. I voted in support of, I don't want to see anybody seen as the oppressor or the oppressed and all this. I think we've just gone too far with injecting this into our schools. I think that the kids can do this themselves, and they will. If we as adults don't get in the pathway and mess it up. So those are my own 2 cents, words of pearls of wisdom, I guess.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Inquiry of the chair.
Yeah.
On just looking at 354A:31, and would your read on that be that this statute would also apply to?
I'd have to look at that. Where are you?
Yeah,
You're reading something that I don't have in front
yeah,
of
I'm
me right
looking
now.
at A:31. So one of the statutes that
Why don't you read it?
so that this law would repeal. So
Yeah.
A:31 begins with no public employer, either directly or through the use of an outside contractor, shall teach, advocate, instruct, train, and and it goes on, the
Yeah,
whole
yeah,
list
the whole
of things
thing,
we've
okay.
been talking about.
Yeah.
But would this apply to, let's say, a non-public school that was contracted by a school district to provide educational services?
Well, it says public employer.
It says no public employer,
Yep.
so that's the public
Yeah,
school, the
yep,
school
yep.
district, either directly, meaning the school district employs teachers, or through the use of an outside contractor, meaning the school district contracts with a non-public school to provide educational services. And I forgot the statute on that, 192:22 or something like that. So the question is, does 354A:31 also apply to a public employer, like such as a school district, that contracts its educational services, its teaching, to an outside contractor, either through a non-public school or a Prendapod or a no public employer in the state of New Hampshire contracts with a scholarship organization that then contracts with Trinity School to teach. So I think the reading on here is very clear that that a public employer is a school district, for sure. A public employer is the state of New Hampshire, for sure. And that it's basically, I think it applies certainly much more broadly than just to teachers who are directly employed with a school district. Okay, so that's the intent of the law. Is that the?
Yeah, so where are you going with all this?
So, I mean, I'm just trying to understand that whether that's the legislative intent of the current law, because this bill is trying to repeal this law, and this would seem to me to put more than just teachers who are directly employed by public school districts in jeopardy or the school district in jeopardy of a violation of this statute, and it would certainly apply to everything that we're doing through 194F, 77G, and any contracted relationships that a school district may have with a non-public school, and that this bill here would actually repeal those connections.
Representative Cordelli, are you anxious to respond to that?
Yes, thank you.
I see you hitting the
There's-
button here.
Yeah, A:30 is definitions, and it does define what a public employee and public employer are. I'm not sure where you're going in terms of a school district contracting with a non-public school, but you mentioned also the scholarship organization. They don't contract with any school.
No, and so I was really clear on that. Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. So the definition in A:30, 354A:30, for public employer includes the state, which I talked about, and any subdivision thereof, which I talked about. A school district is a political subdivision. Clearly, both are defined in this section as public employers. And then it goes on in 354A31. No public employer, either directly or through the use of an outside contractor, shall teach, ... So the outside contractor for the state would be the scholarship organization that further subcontracts teaching. So that's one relationship, a contracted relationship. The other relationship would be a school district who contracts with a non-public school for teaching. That's clearly covered in A31. And then the one that presumably we all, believed was there is a school district who employs a teacher directly to teach. That's clearly.
Now, it appears
part
that
of
you're
it.
driving down the road of the EFAs here, et cetera.
Yeah.
And where you're going, that's not the case.
But it's part of the law. It's part of A31.
We've had this discussion with the EFAs many, many, many times. And
Well, again, tomorrow.
and exactly, there's going to be a whole host of bills coming up tomorrow, which I'm sure we will have this discussion. But we've had it during the hearing process as well, and I don't believe that we need to get into the discussion on EFAs when we're discussing this particular bill.
Well, it's EFAs, it's non-public schools, it's 77G as well, and obviously public school districts that employ teachers directly, and I think I don't think it's a question. It's here, black and white, very very plainly stated. I know we've had a lot of discussions about EFAs, but to be honest, Mr. Chair, I've never heard us talk about this statute with respect to EFAs, but from the conversation here, particularly on this side of the room, I would have to conclude that you'd want that to apply to every type of education that is regulatable by the state. So, non-public school contracting with a public school, service provider contracting with an EFA. I mean, you wouldn't want them teaching any of these things either, right?
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. You mentioned 77G, which is the tax credit scholarship program. Similar to EFAs, the education freedom accounts, funds from either go to the family. The family then makes an agreement with a service provider. The Children's Scholarship Fund does not contract with anyone in terms of providing educational services. If you're thinking of religious schools along the way, you should take a look at 354A18, which is an exemption that has Supreme Court and all sorts of court basis for exemptions for religious organizations. I don't see that the point is applicable to 354 for the scholarship organization when it comes to tax credit scholarships or to the education freedom accounts.
So thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. So the earlier reference that you cited is clearly not part of this block of freedom from discrimination, and I think, and thank you very much for the clarification with regards to 77G scholarship accounts. I guess I was not aware that money went from the scholarship organization directly to the parent as opposed to through the scholarship organization to the contracted education service provider. That sort of brings up additional questions about the scholarship program that would not be relevant to 1576. But I think the connection that 354A31 has to as a requirement on public employers, which include the state or any subdivision thereof, and the fact that the scholarship organization is a subcontractor of the state, and service providers are subcontractors of the scholarship organization, because we've heard testimony here that that's in fact how this is being done. And that there are certainly instances where non-public schools are contracted by school districts, which are clear enough public employers as a political subdivision, as defined in A30, that this is pretty clear, and we haven't heard from. I mean, we've heard from a lot of organizations on the substance of 1576 and the substance of the current law, you know, including teachers. We've heard from ACLU, we've heard from New Futures, we've heard from school board members, and many others. And but I think it's very clear here that that the current law also applies to non-public schools and service providers that are contracted through scholarship organizations. I don't see how you read it any other way.
Well, just for a point of clarification, the education tax credit, those monies are not state monies to begin with. And when we're talking about the EFAs, I think we need to sit down and have an education lesson here on how the money is transferred down. That's worthy of another discussion. I would like to try to correct some of your insights or your perspectives on how
They're not insights, they're the words,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, well,
Words matter, right?
oh, we've heard that statement before, haven't we, Representative Moffett? What? Okay,
All right,
are you finished?
I'm done my question.
Are you done here with, we're on 1576 here. Is
So
there-
if we repeal this by passing this, then all of that connection goes away. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on 1576? Not seeing any. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you. This is House Bill 1576, repealing the law relative to certain discrimination in public workplaces and education. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is a yes. Representative Simon?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Yes. Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Waltz?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Ellison? No. Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Woodcock? No. Representative Muse?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the ITL passes 10-9.
Okay. We're going to take a short break here for about 5 minutes. I see some people getting up and walking around. I think some of us have to take a little walk here.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, would there be a minority report? Who's
Yeah,
doing it?
there will be a minority report for sure. That's, I assume that, right there, Representative Mullen.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So we're going to take a 5-minute break here so people can get up and stretch a little bit.
Oops, these have barber shop.
Yeah, it's time to kick it into turbo here, huh?
You all caught up? Of course.
It feels better even though I kind of feel like in a fog lately, but today it feels a little bit, I'm going to jinx myself. I'm not going to say what I'm not, just kidding. Forget what I said.
Good.
Remember when Littleton was, allowed to do this, when, big bullying was approached, whose son is a mayor in, yeah, with some great, things, great news in Lisbon. Before your time.
I've heard the stories. Yeah, when I played, Littleton was Division Three. We were like, we were the smallest school in that at that point, so we had a really good rivalry. They were the top team in Division Four. And we were very competitive. In fact, when I was there, they probably would have won Division Three too. They might have competed in Division Two. You know, they were very strong. Good solid team. A lot of good players.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Can you sense the heat coming out of my ears from over there?
We're all, I didn't want to get sucked into
No,
that.
I totally get it. When he goes up,
Yeah. Representative Likas, can you see if there's anybody in the hallway out there? Representative Likas, could you see if anybody's in the hallway, please? Okay. Okay. Which way is this? Did you get a copy of this?
Yes. 1607, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead with 1607, prohibiting unlawful discrimination in public and non-public schools. Representative Cordelli, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move ITL on HB 1607.
Representative Litchfield,
I would like to second that motion, please.
thank you very much. So the motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli, you made the motion. Do you care to discuss your motion?
Briefly, thank you. I think that an excellent series of comments at the hearing were made by the chair of the Human Rights Commission. I think that this legislation would create confusion and would undermine the Human Rights Commission by transferring some duties that now belong with the Human Rights Commission to the State Board of Education. I don't know how they would deal with what is proposed in this legislation. And for those reasons, I made my ITL motion.
Representative Litchfield,
I'm all set, thank you.
it's open to discussion. Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I would ask the chair if and I know there's the pending motion is ITL, and so we're not in a place where we can introduce make a motion.
But you may
introduce the-
discuss.
But we may discuss. So if it's okay, I'd like to
Go ahead.
just pass it over to Linda to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for doing this. This bill I have an amendment for it. It was a little confusing in the beginning, but the amendment that I passed around, I hope makes it clear that my intention on this is to extend the protections for discrimination, not only to our public schools, but to any entity receiving public funding in public school, private school, approved schools for tuition programs, or educational vendors. And that the reason that this bill was originally set forth is that it actually takes what the public schools have to abide by and what our state has to abide by in employment and housing, and extends it to wherever we're extending public education. And I'm sorry that the person from the Human Rights Commission and I didn't get a chance to actually discuss this bill beforehand. We played phone tag for about a month, I think. And essentially, the commission is based on housing and employment practices, whereas the Department of Education's job and the school board's role is to protect students and to oversee the public school system and the education of our children. And so therefore, I think that even though she went into quite an explanation on things, that certainly this law does not interfere with her work at all. In fact, it complements it and extends it. And on the reverse side of it, it gives the role of the state school board and the Department of Education the role to oversee that discrimination is not happening within their purview. So, and I hope that this amendment clears at least a little bit up on the intention for the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there discussion on the bill? We have had discussion on the, on a amendment that's not been introduced, but it is available for you to look at. I'll allow in the discussion going either way, either on that, amendment or on, primarily, we have to address the bill itself. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have spent a considerable amount of time this morning talking about how to make sure that people are not discriminated against. I think this bill actually complements that discussion by extending the rights of non-discrimination to places other than just the public schools. And again, I'm going to ask the same question today that I asked during the hearing last week, and that is, why would we not expect the State Board of Education to follow the same anti-discrimination language that we have placed into law in a multitude of other places? When I read Representative Tanner's amendment and the language in it, the protected classes are the same that appear in any of the updated laws that we have. So it looks to me like this is a housekeeping thing in terms of the State Board of Ed. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Lakis.
The lady that we heard from the commission, was saying that that would make it complicated or confusing because education was added under her purview. And we're talking about, we need to extend this to all these places. It exists everywhere. You need to go back to 354A1, which says this chapter shall be known as the law against discrimination. It will be deemed an exercise of the police power of the state for the protection of the public welfare, health, and peace of the people of the state, and in fulfillment of the provisions of the Constitution of this state concerning civil rights. It then goes on and lists all of the the things that shan't be used to discriminate, and to say that they're therefore setting up a state agency created with the power to eliminate and prevent discrimination. And it does say places of public accommodation, housing accommodations, etc., but education was added to that, and that's what she said. She's now in charge and does deal with the education as well. So taking that away from the organization that's set up to deal with this and putting it back on the State Board of Education, obviously the State Board of Education has some responsibility anyways, because we all do, based on this, but it should be in the purview of the organization that was set up to deal with it. They have the lawyers, they have the expertise, they have the people that investigate, they have all that stuff. Yes, she sat here and gave us all of those things. And she said she was not in support of this because she already does this. And we'd just be messing it up.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, Director Malika did not say that she was not in support of it. She certainly brought up the fact that that 354A has a number of sections that could potentially overlap with even the existing law that this bill is intended to amend. But when you take a look specifically, and Director Malika did testify to this, that 354A:27, the opportunity for public education without discrimination, a civil right, only applies to public schools. It does not apply the same way we were talking about the last bill to public employers and subdivisions and organizations that contract to the state and subdivisions. The section that the director specified, A:27, only applies to public schools. The current statute in the state board, in the current statute that this bill is amending, 86:11, also currently applies to public schools. Ensure that there shall be no unlawful discrimination in any public school. And what the bill goes on to do is to amend that so that it's not just in any public school, but any entity that's receiving public funding, a public school, private school, approved school for tuition programs, or an educational vendor. So in fact, the language in this bill does not overlap with the Human Rights Commission's charge and statutory requirements in A27. It specifically extends the existing requirements that the state board has to make sure that it's guaranteeing no unlawful discrimination, not just in our public schools, but in any of the educational environments that are being paid for by public tax dollars. So it's not inconsistent with the Human Rights Commission's work. It's not in contradiction or overlaps with it, and it certainly is something that is clearly an oversight in the existing law for the state board. So I think we should all, I hope we can all support this. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. By putting this language into statute and applying it to private schools and non-public schools,
That take public money.
oh, okay.
That's, so, yeah. It's fuzzy, the way it's written. The amendment makes that
Okay,
abundantly
well,
clear.
I'm looking
So,
at, right.
I understand, but
Yeah.
let's.
Right.
the intent is that
It would, in effect, do away with the exemption for religious organization that's in the human rights statutes, 354A18, that is well-founded in court decisions, and basically, I can read it to you if that's all right, Mr. Chairman. It's not too long.
Go ahead.
354A18, exemption for religious organizations. Nothing contained in this chapter shall be construed to bar any religious or denominational institution or organization operated for charitable or educational purposes, which is operated, supervised, or controlled by or in connection with a religious organization, from limiting admission or to giving or giving preference to persons of the same religion or denomination, or from making such selection as is calculated by such organization to promote the religious principles for which it is established or maintained. By implementing or moving forward with 1607, when it comes to education, this exemption for religious organization would basically be bypassed. And so I think that based on that, based on the fact that I don't know if anyone else has heard any problems anyone has complained about with the operation of the Human Rights Commission, but I see no reason for 1607.
Further discussion, Representative Tanner and then Representative Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And under 186:11, the duties of the State School Board of Education, under sections 33, it clearly states discrimination. The school board, and it says the State Board of Education shall, at the beginning of the chapter, ensure that there shall be no unlawful discrimination in any public school against, and it goes into all the different areas that I've gone in. So obviously, between that and Title IX discrimination statutes, the school district and the Department of Education has dealt with this issue and deals with this issue and refers these issues to the Human Rights Commission if they feel it's necessary, but it should not be passed, the ITL on this should not be based on the fact that the Department of Education cannot handle this, or the state school board cannot handle it. And I would also remind us that in our Constitution, in Part 1, there's a section that says that no person shall be, no citizen shall pay for religious education. And so there's some question, there's some hazy areas about the exemptions that Representative Cordelli is talking about when it comes to public education paid for through the state. So thank you.
Representative Waltz.
Thank you. I'd just like to address what Representative Cordelli said. And that is, the amendment here that's before me in no way abrogates Section 18 that Representative Cordelli read to us. It's still fully in effect. However, if an institution chooses to take public monies, then there are limitations on discrimination. But if they don't take the public monies, Section 18 is fully in effect. This does not make Section 18 go away in any way. So I think that was misleading, and I'd just like to make clear that we're only talking here institutions that take public monies, and we, as a governmental body, have an interest in regulating people who take public monies and the kind of discrimination that they may try and impose.
Representative Nelson.
Does public money include public services in a private school? I'll give you an example. The fire department comes to a private school. The fire department is paid by taxpayers. Would that be an issue?
I don't believe so. I think money means money.
Well, they have, so that would, you wouldn't have a problem with that happening with the fire department going to a school.
Correct.
Okay, now, one other example, if you don't mind. For a full declaration, my son's a Catholic priest, and his church put on a shelter in the church for the homeless. Okay, I know it's a little different from schools, but if a school also goes on and collects money to give to a black orphanage or some particular group, is that a problem too? If they take some money from something crazy, I don't know, buying a new projector or new safety defibrillator or something?
So you've lost me a little bit in this between collecting money and taking money. I mean, so for example, if a school accepts money, for example, to pay, say, a physical therapist, that's clearly taking money, okay? If you've got a local volunteer fire department coming in and doing an a stop, drop, and roll program for first graders, I don't think that is accepting public money. But I do think that if we've got public money paying, say, for a physical therapist at a school, that is accepting public money. And I'm not quite sure where I couldn't understand your question to see where you were trying to draw the line, but I hope that clarifies it.
Thank you. I can understand where I'm very confusing. I apologize for that to everybody. But I'm just concerned where this would lead, where you draw the line from public money and money that is used by a private school. You're encouraging somebody, if they accept the money, don't take any student who could have a problem. Reading this, you don't want anybody who has a mentally disability because you take public funding. If you got some on a private school, they gave you some money, or a teacher goes in, and if you had somebody severely emotionally ill, do they have to take a student in if they take money at private school? And there's somebody with severe I've seen this. So I'm a special ed teacher most of my career. Some severe psychological issues. Would they have to take that student in? Because it would be money indirectly.
You know what? I'm out over my skis, and I'm not going to answer that because I don't know the short
that's
answer
fine.
to that. And I don't know to answer that. Special ed has special rules, and I don't know how they apply. And if I understood it, I'd answer it, but I just don't know.
No, that's fine. I accept that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just a clarification on that. And I'm not an expert in this area, and I think this conversation could probably benefit from having somebody like Attorney Zellin weigh in on that. But specifically to Representative Nelson's question about students with an IEP, that the district of residence is responsible for those IEP classes. I wouldn't consider that to be funding a private school if the student was placed there through something other than a parental. I think a parental placement negates that, but then that's not public funded in that case. But I think the legislative intent here, and Representative Tanner, correct me if I misstate this, but any entity receiving public funding. So and that's not through candy sales or something like that, but with a contract with let's say a school district to provide services for those students, and being funded to provide those services as opposed to paying to have those services provided by the resident district.
I'd need a little clarification. I can remember as a school principal, I received Title I monies, which are federal dollars. And within the requirements or the regulations, I was required to provide service to the private school up the road with some of those dollars, some service. Now, the dollars stopped at my door, and I employed a remedial reading teacher with Title I. Some of those dollars, I believe at that time, it may not be now, but years ago, I had then had to provide some support to the private school, which was just up the road. That's a service though, but that's not money flowing. So that would not come underneath this as your okay. Representative Lakis.
My concern is an unintended consequence of this. Let's say a private school has taken in placement students who have certain disabilities, and they're fine with that. But now they're taking public money because they have students who are going there that are be paid for publicly that they have taken in. I hope, if I'm incorrect, let me know. But if you're taking students that are paid for by the district, is that not public money? And then if you then cannot turn down a student that you don't feel you have that you could address properly, right? And so when we put this law in, the unintended consequences, if you say, no, you have to take this student because you take public money, that those private schools are going to say, fine, we won't take any students, so that then we won't be taking public money. And that's going to hurt all the students that they turn away because they don't want to have to take every student regardless.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. I would disagree with the thinking of Representative Alikas because they can't turn away. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about they can't discriminate. And I find this, I'm looking at the amendment which clarifies the original bill. It makes it a little clearer. I just have a really hard time to understand why would we want to not pass this when all it says is, as a group, we don't want it discrimination for any reason in schools, public or private. That's what this says. So if you don't agree with that, then say, okay, let's discriminate. That's the part that really concerns me. This is really a simple piece. It's just expanding that everyone's covered. And so it's just, I find it hard to understand why we would not want to embrace this, Representative Turner's original bill and particularly her amendment. Thank you.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In terms of public monies and going to religious educational organizations and the exemption currently in law, Section 189:49 of the statutes is child benefit services and enables a school board of any school district to provide funds to any non-public school in the area for nurse services, et cetera. And that does happen in Hampton. Sacred Heart School has been awarded in the $40,000-$45,000 range annually based on a school warrant article. Money from this description of one of the articles. It specifies funds to help cover a nurse, educational technology, supplies, and textbooks. So they received clearly public funds, and they are a religious institution. Again, I think that the exemption in 354A18 would certainly be in question whether that would apply in this case if this legislation is passed. And I think we would have a lot of legal difficulties if that were the case.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you. So does that mean that those institutions are discriminating or against the protected classes under New Hampshire's anti-discrimination laws?
If I might?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, but as provided in the exemption, they can, in hiring, for instance, they don't want to hire someone with a belief system contrary to their religious beliefs. Issues like that, there is in all sorts of legal precedent this exemption for religious organization.
Representative Tanner, can you please explain to me what do you mean by educational vendor? Is there a definition for that term?
I haven't researched back through. OLS did not research back through, but typically vendors are people that are organizations that are contracted services by a school district. And we know that now school districts can contract out and do provide educational services through nonprofit and for-profit vendors. Vendor is a commercial entity, I would say, that offers services.
Representative Mullen, then Woodcock.
I can answer that question with regards to what an educational vendor is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have tutoring agencies in town that offer after-school tutoring services to parents, but they also sometimes offer programmatic things during the day so that a school district could actually hire somebody to work with a student if they were so inclined to need a math tutor or a science tutor or whatever. That would be considered to be an educational vendor because they wouldn't be an employee of the public school system, but they would be hired by the public school system to perform some sort of task or skill with a student.
Thank you. See, Representative Woodcock, then Representative Moffett.
I want to thank Representative Mullen for taking my answer. But beyond that, we won't hold any grudges later. But beyond that, the other part is, as Representative Cordielli and we all are well aware, many school districts contract with private, particularly in the smaller towns, private schools, and they are allowed to send a youngster from a public school to a private school under the school board authority. We know that. But once again, I want to go back to this. This is talking about, well, why would we want to send a student to a school, public or private, with our funding, knowing they discriminate? That's the whole point. This just says you can't discriminate. This is really simple. This just says you can't discriminate. You're either for discrimination or you're against it. That's simple. This is simple.
Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a type of bill or legislation that weaponizes attorneys to, target certain schools or programs. At the hearing, it came up, I brought it up, there were a couple of small public charter schools that only cater or allow girls. So if this were to pass, speaking of Representative Lekas's point about unintended consequences, I don't know that would happen, I hope it would not, but I could easily see somebody who it mentions gender identity, so someone who identifies as a female wanting to go to that school, but forget that. If this school is exclusive to males, a flat-out male could cite the statute and say, I need to be in this school, I want to be in this school, it's in my neighborhood, that's where I want to be, and this law says I need to be at this girls' school. That's an issue for some of us.
Representative Lakis.
Thank you. Yeah, that was my point, is that it's not just discriminate or not discriminate, because it has that phrase, shall be no denial, which to the benefits of their programs or activities. And that's the sticking point. And for me, it's and I know there are still girls' schools, I believe, I was told there are still some girls' schools in the state. But for me, it's more I'm concerned about the mental or physical disability, because some schools are not prepared to deal with certain disabilities. And we've heard from parents who've said that their child was turned down from this public school and that public school and then that private school. It happens. There are schools just say, we don't have the facilities, we don't have the setup, we can't do a good job educating that child based on that child's particular disabilities. And so the concern is, if this passes, because they then can't deny based on that they will just say, all right, I'm taking no public money, which means I'm not taking those kids that I can service. And that's the point. That's the critical piece that's in here that makes it untenable, is the no denial to any person of the benefits of the program. And so it says either you have to take everybody, whether you can handle them or not, or schools are likely to say, then I'll take nobody. And that's the limiting, that's the unintended consequence. And that's the language in this that isn't just discriminate or not discriminate. It's sometimes we just can't handle certain disabilities. We've seen it. We know it. We've heard one mom multiple times. Thank you.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Part of that opposition is to words that are already in statute. But Director Malachi clearly stated that there are exemptions for same-sex schools, that there are exemptions under the law and exemptions that people can apply for to run an all-girls school or an all-boys school. So I think that kind of covers that little area of it. And as far as disabilities are concerned, we have the Americans for Disability Act, and we have special education legislation. And I think what you just described would be illegal. If a public school denied the person to come in because they had a special need, they have to find accommodations for that. That is under the law. The sending organization, sending district, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the sending district has to provide accommodations in some respect. Maybe not at that public school, maybe they have out of school tuition programs for them, but they have to take care of that child. They can't just throw them out on the street because they aren't a good fit.
Further discussion. Representative Lakis.
That's not what we've heard. And that's not, one mom who came and testified multiple times, but I've heard it from other parents and read it from other parents as well, that their kids are denied from public schools and then from private schools. That mom said her school wouldn't take her son. The neighboring public schools wouldn't take her son, and the private school wouldn't take her son because none of them could accommodate him. And she's now homeschooling. So if it's the law, it sure isn't being enforced.
Further discussion, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Our open enrollment statutes, 194D:4, states open enrollment schools may select pupils on the basis of aptitude, academic achievement, or need, provided that selection is directly related to the academic goals of the school. So that's currently in statute.
Further discussion? Not seeing it, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you. This is House Bill 1607, prohibiting unlawful discrimination in public and non-public schools. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Simon?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes?
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Olive Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Waltz?
No.
Is that Representative Cornell?
No,
Representative Tanner?
absolutely not, no.
Representative Ellison? No. Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Woodcock? No. Representative Muse?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the ITL passes 10-9.
Okay, there'll be, I'm sure, a minority report from whom? Okay, Representative Tanner. And of course, the motion would be OTP.
OTP is amended.
Yeah, okay, as amended.
Yeah, and we'll have, as amended with 765H.
Okay, you got that?
765H.
Yeah, that's the amendment that's sitting right there.
And would I attach it to this? Or no, because we didn't,
Put it in the
Officially.
folder. Put it in the folder as a discussion item.
okay.
Paul will put that into the calendar.
Yeah, he will, yeah. Okay, I'm going to have one more bill here before we take a break for lunch, and that's 1638, relative to grievances under the right to freedom from discrimination in public workplaces and education. So it's HB 1638, Representative Lakis for a motion.
I move we ITL.
And Representative Hobson? We have a motion made by Representative Lakis, second by Representative Hobson. ITL is the motion. Representative Lakis, do you have any discussion?
Yes, I do. First off, I don't see an amendment, and one of the issues was within 3 days of receipt, is that school days or not? But the other part, and the part that for me is the most compelling, the parent is supposed to go first by law now to the superintendent. And if the superintendent is the one initiating the discrimination, as we have seen happening in a number of school districts, and we did have that one speaker come in with scads of documentation, and she sent us a whole bunch of stuff if we read that. The parent will not want to go to the superintendent for fear of retribution against their child. And the other thing we keep talking about, oh, well, these civil suits and whatever, let me tell you, a parent is going to do everything they can first because civil suits cost money. You have to hire a lawyer, et cetera. They're not just going to indiscriminately say, oh, I'm just going to go do a civil suit. No, there have been plenty of people already upset at school districts, et cetera, who have not filed suit because it costs money that they don't have. So they are going to go through all the appropriate steps, everybody they can. And if it's not the local superintendent, they will go there first because they don't want to spend that money unless they're not getting satisfied any other way. But This would make into law that they need to go first to the superintendent. And if the superintendent, as I said, is the one pushing, then, and there have been parents who have spoken and said that then their child was given a hard time, discriminated against, bullied, whatever, because the parent came and complained. So I don't want to make it law that they have to go to the superintendent. That's my issue with this.
Representative Hobson, do you have any further discussion?
No, I have nothing to add.
Discussion from the committee. Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, you know, this certainly built, 1638 builds on a lot of our discussions that we've had throughout the morning, and I think it does so in a very practical and pragmatic way. It provides a process for somebody who feels aggrieved in terms of somebody that feels aggrieved to be able to go through their local school board, to the superintendent, to the State Board of Education, and then to the Civil Rights Commission. Should any of the banned content have been taught, or they feel like they've been aggrieved in those earlier sections, and it replaces the part that I think puts the greatest chill in the banned content, in the censorship, is the onerous remedy that's currently in statute in 354A34, which now you've got free reign under right of private action, and I'm sure you can find attorneys who will take these matters under consideration and I mean under what's the word I'm using? No, where you get paid afterwards. Yeah, on contingency, and go after treble damages and all that type of stuff. So that part gets repealed, and what gets put in place, I think, is a very well thought out escalation through your local school board, the superintendent, State Board of Education, and the Civil Rights Commission to have your case adjudicated, and I think that will help take the chill out of the Banned Concepts Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sitting here listening to the argument, I'm struck by the idea that certainly there have to be cases where parents find fault with the superintendent, and there has to be some sort of mitigation plan at the local level in place for situations like that. I would ask Representative Litchfield if she would mind putting on her current school board hat and educating us about what happens in your school district if a parent has a gripe against the superintendent. Does it go to the school board? Is there a mechanism for that?
You don't have to answer that, but you're welcome to if you want.
Can I restate it? Has anything ever come to the school board where you are, and I'm not sure which town that is, but I know that it's somewhere here. I know it's somewhere under New Hampshire law. Right, thank you, Representative Hobson. Has there ever been a situation, or if anybody else is on a school board that's in the room, has there been a situation in which the offending party was the superintendent? Because I can speak a little bit to what has happened in the past in Bedford, but I'm not a member of a school board.
Perhaps we have the department here. Have you ever had a parent come and say, I'm just having a tough time with a superintendent, what do I do? A tough time, or there's an issue that's come up and I don't agree with what the superintendent is doing. Do you advise them to go see their school board, or is there any assistance that's given from the department as far as other directions to maybe get resolution?
Representative Luna with that contingency thing. For a lawyer who's never had a client, I was pretty good. So Frank doesn't know that I'm billing him, but I am. I see you, Frank. So yes, the department gets a lot of complaints. Your question is very broad and general, but yes, we get complaints about superintendents and complaints about individual educators. So we would have to narrow down what the exact complaint is, but yes, we have received complaints over the years about individual superintendents, and generally speaking, depending on what the issue is, we can either assist in that. Sometimes we assist in having that conversation, kind of facilitating that informally with the parent and the superintendent, or we will refer them to their school board.
So if I have agreements and it's dealing with discrimination of some kind, and I'm not getting resolved through the superintendent, if I contact your office or somebody at DOE, you may want to set up a meeting facilitate a meeting with the superintendent, or would you act as sort of like a mediator in that, or?
So, under the current law,
Yeah.
if it deals with discrimination, we would refer them to the Human Rights Commission.
Okay,
And that is how the law is currently written and interpreted, and the Attorney General's office put out an opinion on that in July. And so that is where all those grievances, whether they involve the superintendent or not, would be directed.
I see. Okay.
And so I don't even know if we would drill down to the level of who this grievance is actually about. Those matters, under the law as currently written, are handled exclusively by the Human Rights Commission.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a question, Representative of the DOE?
Yes, please.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you for taking my question. How many superintendents are there currently in the state of New Hampshire? Just approximate?
Oh my gosh, I'm going to.
How many SAUs are
I'm
there?
going
Do
to
you have that?
phone a friend and reach out to the NEA. How many superintendents are there?
There's got to be over 100, I would say.
Gosh, I honestly, I don't know the number off the top of my head. I'm happy to get back to you, but
But
I
let's say it's over, I think it's over 100 because I think, the SAU numbers at least go up to 90s.
Well, it goes up to about 120,
okay.
but some of these
but
are,
not all of them
they're
have.
shared.
Some of them have superintendent services. Having presented to all of the superintendents, I can tell you it's at least 100,
Okay.
if not more.
Okay. So could you give me, you say that you do get complaints.
Yes.
Could you kind of quantify that a little bit better? Like on a yearly average, would you say 1 to 5, 5 to 10, 50, 100? How many do you think you get?
If we were to go broadly outside of the claim of discrimination.
No,
if we're-
just discrimination,
just discrimination.
which is what this law is for.
It's hard to give a number because those complaints are given to another agency. We just don't have that number. But if I were to, based on the very limited interaction we've had, I would say, and this is an estimate,
I'm asking
And
for a ballpark figure.
this is
1 to
very
5,
ballpark.
5 to 10?
I'd say 10 to 20.
Okay.
Yeah. But again, I want to be clear.
On discrimination.
On discrimination, I feel that's maybe 10 to 15.
Okay.
But again, those complaints are sent to another agency. They do not fall within the jurisdiction of the Department of Education to adjudicate. The Department of Education will impose discipline on a credential if there is a finding by the Human Rights Commission.
So, and when you, just a
Follow
follow-up
up.
on that? So when you talk about that, are those complaints like that discrimination happened within the school, came to the superintendent's office, and the superintendent didn't adjudicate that the way the person that was discriminated against, because, so therefore, the complaint is against the superintendent rather than where the discrimination originated.
Based on that particular fact pattern, I think there are far less
Okay.
complaints, yes.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Representative Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Fenton, for taking my question. So currently, if discrimination is believed to be going on, a person can go right to the Human Rights Commission and fill out a complaint. I think we heard Ms. Malachi testify that it was immediately taken up, correct? I don't know if you,
I can't speak
No.
to
Okay.
her testimony,
Okay.
unfortunately.
this process would add a significant amount of time to that discrimination accusation, for lack of a better word. Do you have any idea how long this process might take compared to going through the Civil Rights Commission?
My understanding, I don't have a set time frame. I think you alluded to the answer in your question. It, as written, that law would add an additional step. But in terms of comparing the time that exists currently to what is proposed, I'm not in a position to comment on that.
Any other, yes, Representative Tanner?
So, thank you for taking my question. So as this bill is written, what happens to charter schools? Because there isn't a superintendent in a charter school, is there?
So charter schools, as you know, have I think it's a COO or CEO. I forget how the law is written. Without my book, I'm useless, apparently. But no, they do not have a superintendent, but they have the functional equivalent of one,
So,
charter schools.
so would they, in order to be covered by this law, since they are a public school as well, would this bill have to be amended to include a procedure for, specifically for charter schools that go through whatever? And I'm not sure that there are schools perhaps that don't have the same, that we contract with maybe, that don't have the same structure as the public schools with superintendents. In other words, this has a series going through. They don't have a school board, for example.
If you were to apply it to charter schools, and I do not have the language of the bill in front of me, and I apologize for that, but if you were to apply it to charter schools, 194B is very clear that unless explicitly stated in other areas of the law, those laws are not equally applicable to charter schools. Charter schools have their own carve-out, and this legislative body has dealt with that in a variety of areas, making those laws applicable to charter schools. In terms of your other question as to other entities in which that can be applicable to, I'm not in a position to say. We would have to take them on each individual situation. But certainly, the language as written sounds narrowly tailored to involve superintendents, and you are right to identify that there are other entities that have different terminology.
Thank you. So, in your legal opinion, you wouldn't think that this applied to charter schools?
It's not really my legal opinion.
Okay.
194B says very clearly that if a law were to apply it, and I don't have the exact language with me, but I can point you to that language.
Okay.
And it's something this legislative body has dealt with anytime charter schools are brought up. That's the way 194B was written. It has to be clearly stated that it is applicable to charter schools.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much, Diana.
Thank you.
You're a general with 3 stars today.
That's fantastic.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, further discussion on this bill? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, this is House Bill 1638, relative to grievances under the right to freedom from discrimination in public workplaces and education. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Simon?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Waltz,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison, Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Woodcock, Representative Muse,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
and Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So ITL 10-9.
Okay, who's going to write the, okay, Representative Tanner? And OTP. Okay, got that? Okay, we're going to take a break now. We're going to break until 1 o'clock. We will have a caucus in this room, working lunch. And so, yes, you want to come, you're welcome, Representative Woodcock. But you got to bring the pizza. Yeah.
No
No
anchovies.
sausage.
Pineapple's okay. Can we go get our salads
Yeah, go
downstairs?
get your lunch, just come
Okay.
right back, and we'll, as soon as you're back, we'll start. 5 minutes. Well, some have to go across the way, it'll be 15 minutes or so. We pick it up.
Oh, shoot. I need my phone book, sorry. You want me to get you something, or? I gotta have Murray's. Are you giving me a finger?
Hey, Jennifer? Will we be live during lunchtime?
I'm gonna ask them to put up a screen so that it will say that you'll be back shortly. Yeah, a blue screen.
Testing.
Colonel Moffett, are you ready? Mr. President, are you ready? Thank you. Okay, we're going to commence with the executive sessions this afternoon. We're on HB 1313, relative to the rights to freedom from discrimination in higher education. I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is House Bill 1313 relative to the rights to freedom from discrimination in higher education. And I'll call on the chairman for a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make the motion of interim study on 1313.
And do we have a second? Representative Hobson, thank you. Mr. Chairman, would you like to offer some comments?
Yeah, we've had a lot of discussion on discrimination in education today, and this bill is relevant to higher education. And at this point in time, I think it's not timely. It's inappropriate to move forward with it for several reasons. We're going through a lot of organization restructuring. We have a lot of movement in terms of administration. We have the president of UNH now becoming the chancellor of the school system as well as being president. With that, there's also a lot of need for further understanding of the academic freedom that exists at the university level and instruction that results from it. And I think it would be premature in our acting on this bill at this time.
Representative Hobson, any comments?
No, I would agree with everything the chair said. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I very much appreciate the Representative Ladd's motion for interim study. I certainly do not believe this bill is ready for prime time. I am most likely going to support the interim study, but I could certainly also support an ITL on 1313 as well, knowing that if in fact there are problems and that are or a situation that needs to be addressed, that this bill would require a substantial amount of work in cooperation with and collaboration, I should say, with the leadership both at the community colleges and university system. So thanks very much.
Any further comments from the committee? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready.
This is House Bill 1313, relative to rights to freedom from discrimination in higher education. The motion on the table is interim study. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is a yes. Representative Simon?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Yes. Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Waltz?
No, I would rather see ITL, so I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Ellison? Yes. Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock? Yes. Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
Okay, so interim study 18 to 1.
Is consent okay with that?
Consent.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much to all. HB 1366, relative to cooperative school board reapportionment. I look to Representative Moffett for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion for interim study, IS, on this.
And Representative Lakis?
I second.
Thank you very much. Representative Moffett, do you have any?
Briefly, Mr. Chair, I actually was initially going to make an OTP recommendation on this. This bill, if you remember, if you look at it, would have made it, or would make it easier to submit petition articles locally. Right now, RSA 195:22 requires a proposal to show signatures of 10% of a cooperative district's qualified voters, which I and some of us thought was daunting, especially some districts would have, you need hundreds of signatures. But I'm not going to motion OTP. There are some, like, SB2 towns that may have some different dynamics. So anyway, for that reason, I think we need to look at some pieces of this a little bit more, ergo my IS motion.
Representative Likas, did you have any
Ditto.
ditto? Further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, this is House Bill 1366, relative to cooperative school board reapportionment. The motion on the table is interim study. Glenn Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Nelson, Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Waltz,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Ellison, Representative Mullen,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock, Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
and Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
Okay, interim study 19-0.
Okay. Problems with the consent? Okay, thank you. Okay, the next bill which we have on the docket is HB 1399, relative to school district withdrawal from a cooperative school district. Yeah.
HB 1399, I call on Chairman Ladd for a motion.
Thank you very much. I make a motion of interim study.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Comments, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much. Withdrawal from a cooperative school district, as we all know, is a very, very complex issue. Disillusionment, properties, where kids go to school, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We've all discussed it. And all these bills, to act on them singularly is going to be a problem. We need to look at them all and do a thorough interim study. I believe interim study right now would even be better than a so-called commission, seeing that we could start this right off in the spring, call forward and have people participate that are not necessarily on that particular committee, as we usually do, and get that input from those people who have ownership in the cooperative school districts, be it administration, be it school board members, be it public, parents, etc. And hopefully we can get some resolution on this. We've been hacking away at this for years. The last time we did it was in 2017, and even if you look at that commission report, there are still several recommendations dealing with disillusionment, depending upon the size of your district, the number of districts within that cooperative. This needs further work. So that's why I've recommended interim study.
Representative Lakis, any comment?
He said it pretty well.
Any further comments from anyone on the committee? Seeing none. Madam Clerk.
House Bill 1399, relative to school district withdrawal from a cooperative school district. The motion on the table is interim study. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Nelson, Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Waltz,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Ellison, Representative Mullen,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock. Yes. Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
and Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
Okay, interim study, 19-0.
Consent? Any objections? Thank you. The next bill, 1646, we have amendment coming here. We have not received this amendment. This is a bill that deals with cooperative school districts. And let's say we have 3 districts within the cooperative. One district may have 2 representatives. The other 2 districts may have 1 each. The issue was, should those people be elected by the people within the district rather than at large? And that's an issue that we had some discussion on, and I would like us to have the opportunity to look at that amendment and make the decision on that when we get a hold of that at a later date. So my recommendation to the group right here is that we not take it up today. Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Can you give us an idea what's in the amendment?
Yeah, I just tried to go over it.
That's what was in the amendment?
That's it.
The change from this? Okay.
And
That's-
it does change that, and I
Well, it's
think
definitely a later date. Thank you.
that's in line with what we had been discussing. So with that, we will jump over this bill, and we will go to the next cooperative school bill, which is 1679, relative to the dissolution and repeal of cooperative school districts. This was a much larger bill, so I'd like to call upon Representative Cordelli for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move interim study.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you very much. Representative Cordelli, do you have any discussion on the bill?
Yes, thank you. As you might recall, the original bill required a dissolution of all cooperative school districts and a repeal of the statute by mid-year 2025. I passed out an amendment that I'll just mention that basically makes it optional. There would be a vote of the cooperative school district. If they voted to remain a cooperative school district, fine, they can go on. Any town within the district, if they voted for dissolution, they would then be able to follow the withdrawal process. So it's optional rather than mandatory. But I think some of the same issues that Representative Chairman Ladd mentioned in terms of 1399 apply here. And it could, especially with the amendment, take more discussion. And so that is the reason for my interim study motion.
Is there further comment from the committee? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk?
It's House Bill 1679, relative to the dissolution and repeal of cooperative school districts. The motion on the table is interim study. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Simon?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Yes. Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Waltz?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Ellison? Yes. Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock? No. Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
Okay, so interim study passes 18-1.
Consent okay? Okay, good, thank you. Okay, 2 bills left. HB 1664, requiring certain non-public schools or education service providers that accept public funds to perform background checks on all employees and volunteers. Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move ITL on this measure.
Representative Cordelli?
I will second that motion.
Thank you. Representative Moffett, do you care to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, there's some concerns about some possible unintended consequences with some alternative education situations. One example, this came up a bit during the hearing. Some alternative education situations involve an apprentice-like situation where, in a trade environment, where a student would be getting, whatever, you name it, whatever special experience they wanted at a mill or a factory or something like that. So were this to pass, there's a question about whether anyone or everyone that the apprentice-type student or someone who's getting a trade experience, they may come in contact with a good number of people at the trade venue or the factory or the mill or whatever you want to call it. So because of some possible unintended consequences and questions about that, that's why the ITL motion has been made.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I believe there was an issue also in Section 3, lines 15 to 17, with the tax credit scholarship program and someone getting a tax credit scholarship and taking advantage of home education. It seems to indicate that, I don't know, I guess the parent in the home would have to get a criminal background check, which I don't think is going to fly too well with most people. And for that and the reasons mentioned by Representative Moffett, I agree with the motion.
Is there further discussion from the committee? Representative Luno?
Sure, thanks very much. I'm actually sort of stunned that, that we're not to passing this 19 to nothing. Unintended consequences of minors being with adults. What am I missing something here? Am I missing something even following the governor's State of the State speech last week? I don't know if members of this committee are aware. I certainly know Representative Walz is aware of what the unintended consequences of minors being with adults are now presenting to the state of New Hampshire. And it's not insignificant. I'm really taken back by this. I think it's an absolute stretch, really pain, to try to think that this is going to apply to parents of that are homeschooling their kids. But certainly should apply to students that might be in apprenticeship programs with these are kids with grown-ups, with adults, and I can't believe we're going this route.
Representative Mullen?
Yeah, I don't know how we can take a chance on a situation where a child is alone, particularly with an adult, for any instructional purposes. I mean, we have been talking about our sort of menu of educational opportunities now for a couple of years, and it keeps coming up over and over and over again that we need to do something with the background checks to make sure that the unintended consequence isn't a child being harmed. So I would certainly like to reconsider ITLing this bill.
Further discussion, Representative Lakes.
I agree with all of this. The problem is, as we know, we don't know how to do background checks on some of these people.
Excuse me. It's not as we know, it's as you know, in your opinion.
It had to do with discussion we had before this entire committee as given by the safety officer. So I hope we know it since we all heard it and sat here while he explained it to us. So I'm sorry. As I know, and some of the rest of us know, it is very difficult. We don't have that procedure yet for some people because it has to be a government agency that does the background check. And if you recall, and we've worked on this, as you said, Representative Mullen, for a long time, we have a bill in now to figure out how to do this all through the education department. It's not done yet. We're still working on it. When it is done, this bill would be very appropriate because then we would have a means and we could say all these people need to go through the DOE and get their background check. So I don't have a problem with the principles of this or anything. It's just right now I don't know how we would do it until we get that other bill worked out. And then we will have a method, and then this will be very straightforward. And that's my only issue, and we've dealt with that issue for going on 4 years now. And hopefully, we will get it done so that we can have the guy on the construction site know who he goes and gets and not the supervisor, not the one, but the other guys on the construction site go and get their background checks and where and how to do it. And at any rate, thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Nelson and then Representative, somebody on Tanner.
Excuse me, my only concern is the volunteers, how to work around the term volunteer. And that's my only concern, but I agree with a lot of points that both sides have made.
Thank you. Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Yes, we've been working on this a long time, and we've, in statute, there's actually some explanation about how to deal with volunteers. Basically, what we're looking at is when a person has contact with a child where they're the only person there. Or if they're a volunteer, if they're there every week working with the same child. We have worked, this is again, Representative Lake, it's a work in progress, it really is. And we've worked on school bus drivers. We've talked about substitute teachers in multiple districts. And not having a set procedure in place right now hasn't stopped everybody working on it and getting a procedure in place. And it has very much pointed towards the Department of Education being the clearinghouse for this. And I think we can do parallel lines. I don't think it's one or the other. I think we do parallel lines because that puts pressure on the Department of Education to work diligently and quickly to get this in place, because we're talking about, ACEs, we're talking about adverse childhood experiences that literally change the trajectory and the life of these kids. And we know that there's predators out there, and we know that they see working with kids and working with kids alone in different areas are prime spots for them. So, and we also know that a lot of the companies, for example, the construction guy or the automotive technician, that their supervisor does background checks, but they don't do the Chapter 5, the ones that we want. They do, they're worried that they're going to have somebody there that's murdered somebody, or somebody there that's, robbed, or, that sort of thing. They don't necessarily have the background checks that hit the different areas that we're concerned with. So I would suggest that we pass this, and, let's go forward with this, and let's, it's, like you said, 4 years. It's time, and we've missed kids, and that's a shame, so.
Further discussion, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I'd like to just to add to the group from this side. I recognize Representative Nelson's concern about the volunteerism, but I'm sure it's going to be structured bill as it is now for volunteers in the school the same way. I mean, that's how they do it. I understand also Representative Legis' concern about the background check that the state program, the next bill is doing. But that bill is a compilation of all the processes and all the keeping them logged in versus the checking. So that sort of nullifies that. But regardless, I do think Representative Tanner is correct. If we pass this now, which we should, then that would just expedite the DOE working on that and completing that activity for us. And then I do respond to Representative Cordelli's interpretation of homeschool programs, or maybe Representative Moffett, I forget which one. But this is the programs that accept students, so it's not like a homeschooler with mom and dad. This is a program where they have multiple youngsters in their house. If they have multiple youngsters in their house, they then have an adult with minors, and yes, they should be background checked. This almost to me is like the discrimination suit from before. This changes nothing. This is something very simple. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes, sir.
Does it state in this bill that the provider in the house has to have multiple students, or can they be their own children? And if it's a person doing their own children, do they have to have a criminal background check? Or does it state that if there's other children coming in from, let's say, the neighbor's house, do you now have to have a background check?
Well, as I read this, which is different, obviously, from Representative Cordelli, as I read this, it says home education programs that accept students. So that means I'm accepting students into my program. My children are already there in the program. Just because I have 17 children, that doesn't matter. I have a very happy family. But those that have less children, if we bring people in from the neighborhood, that's how I'd explain it, Representative Ladd.
So if I bring children in from the neighbor's house, I'm going to have a background check.
That's correct. You are now an adult in charge of a minor, one-on-one or more than that, however it to be. Yes, that's a program. You are now benefiting from that like any other contractor, which is fine. It's probably a great job in your house. But I'm saying you should have a background check. Not you particularly.
Okay, I got one other question for the committee here. If, in fact, that the provider is an online provider, does that online provider have to have a background check when they have no physical contact with each other?
Now that is a great question. That's the best question today.
Really? Coming from another principal? Wow, we're elevating ourselves here.
We know what happens on the internet.
Yeah.
Question.
Representative Tanner?
I guess Representative Woodcock answered it for me. You know, part of the predatory modus operandi of people who are going after children is often through the internet. And that's where they groom them until they can meet them. So I think that's definitely should be covered in this law.
Representative Waltz and then Representative Likas?
Just something real quick of an online or a real life application, and that is my husband is a merit badge counselor for the Boy Scouts, who of course have had their issues. And he cannot do an online Zoom meeting with the kids trying to get the merit badge without somebody else in the room. So I often just am sitting in the room, so he has another adult in the room, but the Boy Scouts are very strict about that even in online presence, you have to have another adult in the room.
Thank you. Representative Likas?
A lot of the homeschool groups, it's the same way. There's always two adults. But I wanted to know if we could have Diana Fenton come up so that I could ask her a question.
If she's willing.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
why the general is coming up, I think 3-star today on our way up. On line 24, it does talk about in-person instruction. So the video piece would be in line 5, yeah. So they're both like in person.
Right.
Thank you.
And what lines are you talking about there?
5 and 24, Representative Ladd. We're talking about the in-person instruction as we talk about the video piece. So I don't think in-person means physically present would be my assumption, but perhaps Attorney Fenton could clarify that for us as well. Representative Likas had the question.
You've been through all of this and met with the safety people and everything, and we don't have the safety guy with us today, so I was hoping you could answer this question. If, for instance, we had somebody who's just a homeschooler and they have a group of parents who are homeschoolers, and one of the parents is meeting doing chemistry, say, how would they get a background check? Who would they go to? I mean, how would we comply with this law? That's my question.
So, thank you for the question. So my understanding of the regulations that govern the Department of Safety, and I have to say as a caveat, I do not represent the Department of Safety. I just have worked in this area very closely. My understanding is that anyone can access the New Hampshire record. You could, via their portal that they have now, they have an internet portal. You can look at anyone's record. You could go home and look at my record if you'd like to, and you're welcome to do so. So you can get the New Hampshire state record for any purpose. When we shift our focus to the federal FBI record, which is the nationwide database, the regulations that pertain to non-criminal justice purposes, and that's the term, my understanding, again with my caveat still in place, is that the dissemination of the FBI record for non-criminal justice purposes is limited to only governmental entities. So based on that understanding, I do not believe that a group of homeschool parents could access that FBI record. They can access the New Hampshire record. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Yes, a lawyer's been wrong before. But that is my understanding of how the regs are currently in place.
And will us pushing this bill make you work any faster at the other one?
Well, that is a loaded question. That to me is the best question of the day. Will this make me work faster?
We could ask the commissioner.
Yeah, please do. This is on, right?
Be very careful.
So all jokes aside, this is a role, as this committee is well aware, that the department is starting to take on. The department is starting to take on this role of being a clearinghouse for criminal records. And the idea, the impetus for this came from the recognition that the department, prior to the law passing, was issuing licenses, credentials to people to teach without running a criminal background check. The criminal background check process was part of their employment, but that still put the state agency issuing a license to someone, granting them that authority without doing a background check. And as a state agency, under the leadership of Commissioner Edelblut, we felt as a state agency that that was simply inappropriate to be licensing people who might not be employable under the Section 5 violation. So we have taken great steps with the help of this legislative body to pass laws to allow us to do that. And we are certainly in the process of starting that process. And we are taking the steps to implement the infrastructure by which we do that. Because anything we take on, such as running background checks, we have to have the accompanying infrastructure to do it and to do it successfully. I think that there is a significant potential for the department to take on these additional roles. And I always hesitate to speak on behalf of Commissioner Edelblut, but I feel comfortable saying that he would be comfortable taking on those additional roles. My caveat has always been, and I've said this to the Commissioner many, many times, my concern is that we have to have the infrastructure in place and up and running effectively before we take on too much. And I say that in this area in particular because this deals with the safety of children. And so while I agree with all the comments that have been going back and forth about the safety of children, we all agree with that. My concern is simply if the department is tasked with too much too quickly, and something falls through the cracks, children will be harmed, and no one in this room is okay with that. So while I think that potential is there, Representative Tanner and I have worked on this quite a bit, and we know the bottom line, no matter where you come down on the aisle, is it is a complicated issue. And so yes, the department has that potential. I think it's a role the department is willing to play. But again, I would request, for whatever that's worth, I would request that we just simply have the time to build that infrastructure, and happily we'll report back to the committee as to how that is. But we just had that law pass this past January 1st. And we have our rules in place, and we're working with our partners at the Department of Safety. But there are hurdles to overcome to make sure that that process can go smoothly.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney Fenton, for taking my question. How long has the state of New Hampshire used the FBI check as part of the background check process?
The state of New Hampshire or the Department of Education?
The Department of Education.
So again, prior to last legislative session, the department did not do anything with background checks before we issued a license or a credential to teach, whether it was state or federal.
Follow-up? So were school districts accessing the FBI background check, or they were able to access?
Yes, so pursuant to 18913A, the law was set up that the background check, federal and state, was exclusively an issue of employment.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Lett. Attorney Fenton, thank you. I have two questions. I'll put it out front so I don't have to ask for permission. The first one is just a clarity on our interpretation, if we get your interpretation of this line, where it says home education programs that accept students. Can you tell me what you think that means?
And what line are you referring to? Just
15, Diana, in the bill. Excuse me?
Mhm.
Yes. Yeah, thanks, Glenn. Section 3.
So I want to just add on one quick item to Representative Mullen's question. So Representative Mullen, school districts could receive the background check, federal and state, because they are a governmental entity. So they fell within that very broad bucket. To address your question, Representative Woodcock, in terms of your interpretation of the home education program that accepts students benefiting from scholarships, grants, or tax credits, the issue is, if I am teaching my own child, would I be subject to this? That's a question, correct?
Well, the question, if you are teaching, well, the question actually is accept students. That's the portion I'm concerned. If you accept students from Susan's house to come to my house to do that, I accept
Correct.
them.
I think the way it's written, and it's, again, this is just one lawyer granting their, giving their interpretation. The way I read it, common sense wise, and Representative Waltz, you can certainly weigh in. When I read this, based on just on its face, statutory interpretation that I've certainly done, given its common meaning, except students, my argument would be that falls outside of your own family. But to be fair, could it be argued that this applies to my own children? Yes, the way it is written, there is a valid argument to make that.
Thank you. And could I follow the second question? Thank you, Chairman Lett. And then in terms of time frames, you said the department is working on the start of the thinking of enlarging their infrastructure and framework. If this bill was cleaned up based on what you're talking about, and the time frame for ACT was 7/1/23 instead of 60 days from now. Would that be a figure in your best guess? And I know you can't commit for the commissioner or DOE, but I'm asking, is that a reasonable amount of time for you? Do you think for this bill?
I appreciate that question, and I appreciate the generosity of the time. Yeah, the reality is this: the department has a law in place by which we have to get up to speed. And yes, I think giving us that, let's say, year and a half.
Right.
I think that is a fair amount of time for the department to get that infrastructure in place.
Thank you.
And I would appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Lett.
You're welcome. And while you're here, Diana, what's the definition of volunteer?
So the definition of volunteer in RSA 18913A is that term is not defined in statute. That term is defined by each individual school district. So there is the term volunteer and designated volunteer, and I use those terms in quotes. A designated volunteer, in general terms, is someone who has consistent access and opportunity to have access with children in a school district. Each district defines those terms in their own policy. And so you will see a wide variety of definitions. But by a general rule of thumb, if I were to go into my child's school to help with the St. Patrick's Day party, I would be a volunteer, therefore not subject to the background check. If, however, I were to volunteer on a regular basis teaching underwater basket weaving, and I would have consistent, constant contact with children, presumably one-on-one, then I would be a designated volunteer and I would be subject to the background check. And the background check would have the federal and the state component to it.
So whereas this bill says volunteer and not designated volunteer or is there some confusion as to what type of person we're dealing with in the bill, looking at line 23?
Yes. Yes. I mean, not to add on to the words matter debate, but the terminology is critical. And what we've seen time and time again, especially in education, is the terminology is sometimes not consistent. And when there is that inconsistency, then it causes problems later on. And so 18913A uses the terms volunteer and designated volunteer, and those are given deference to the local districts to define those as they see fit. And so when we look at this bill using the term volunteer, is there possibility for confusion and inconsistent terminology? Yes, absolutely.
Are there further questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Are there other departments in the state government that actually handle these types of criminal background checks, like Health and Human Services for child care, or does the Department of Transportation handle for their group? And I think Department of Environmental maybe does camps. Somebody does camps that's not under DOE. But aren't there a few?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, so to the best of my knowledge, the Department of Health and Human Services does oversee child care licensing. I don't know if that is I think it is for not only the entity, but also for individual providers. I know that particular area falls outside the purview of the Department of Education. The issue is to camps. That was moved recently from DHHS, and I think you were correct, with Environmental Services. The other agency that popped into my head during your question was the Office of Public Licensure. I'm not sure if they actively are involved in doing the criminal background checks. I don't know if they are, but they work with groups that do those. So, for example, the nursing board. The nursing board would run a background check before issuing a license to a nurse. And OPLC is that regulatory body that oversees any complaints.
So as a follow-up, so there are procedures in place. People in different departments have been doing this for quite a while, right? And
Yes.
The Department of Education actually wasn't completely devoid of doing background or getting involved with background checks in the spirit of at least training the superintendents how to read the criminal background checks as they came in, or when they were getting a yes or no kind of thing.
So as the law has changed, we have recognized that need to provide trainings to the superintendents. And so I believe it was Representative Mullen who successfully passed a bill last session to require the Department of Education to do trainings for superintendents. That bill had come up previously to Representative Mullen bringing it forward, and it was ITL'd, I believe. It was not successful in its passage. And you are correct that the department is playing a more active role in this general area, but I would put forward that doing a training on how to read a background check is very different than receiving hundreds, if not thousands, of background checks and having to process those. Those are two very separate entities, and one of them requires significant infrastructure for it to be successful.
Yeah, I thoroughly appreciate that. I just felt as though your other statement kind of sounded like we didn't do anything with them, but you did, so.
Well, I think anyone who knows me knows that this has been near and dear to my heart for many years. And when I started at the department, I was very taken aback at the information that was being provided to school districts to make these important decisions pertaining to who has access to children. That was troubling. And the department's role in issuing a credential to an individual to teach without doing a background check, I found equally troubling. And everyone in this room can agree with that concept. So we have taken a lot of active steps to involve ourselves in this process. And you are absolutely correct about that. My hesitation, to which that's what you're picking up on, is simply recognizing that this is a new task being given to the department, and we want to succeed at it. And this legislative body wants us to succeed at it. And to do so, we need time to just create that infrastructure to make sure nothing's going to fall through the cracks. I don't like when state government builds the plane as we're flying it. And that's just based on my own experience.
Go ahead.
Just thank you for all the work that you've done on this issue, really.
It is my pleasure, and despite our lack of success, it was very fun to work with you on that committee on criminal histories.
Just to wrap this thing up with you, Diana, is this bill ready?
So you know I can't answer that.
In terms of your,
I cannot,
Okay.
I cannot
thank
opine
you, you just,
as
thank you.
to this bill, Representative Ladd. To do so would be just to step outside of my lane.
Follow up on that?
Yes, go ahead.
So, I guess the flip side of that, then, would the programs that this bill applies to, where there are no criminal background checks being provided for adults who are working with children, are those programs ready?
I don't know if that statement of no background checks are being provided to adults, I don't know if that is across the board accurate. I think that this area is very complex, and the ability to break this bill into its various parts to identify the concerns of this legislative body is a task worth undertaking.
Quick follow-up on that?
Yes, go ahead.
So would it make sense then, Ms. Fenton, to maybe tap the brakes on some of these programs if in fact the department cannot unequivocally say that no unintended consequences are going to happen to children who are in the presence of adults?
Well, as I've testified previously, Commissioner Edelblut and I have this discussion anytime we roll out any of these new programs. So I can assure you that that is always our top priority. But when you look at what can be housed with the Department of Education and what is being asked of the service provider, those are nuanced questions. And those are certainly worth debate by this legislative body. But if the implication is that these programs are rolled out with no thought to the safety of children and the implications of that, that is not an accurate statement, and that is something that each of these programs has identified in various ways to address.
Sure, but what would be an accurate statement, though, is that the programs get rolled out while the department is still trying to figure out what to do as far as compliance with, or as far as providing criminal background checks. And if a child's safety is the primary concern, it seems, at least from how the department has been conducting itself, that rolling out the program is the primary concern, and that the children's safety may be job 2.
I'm not sure if there was a question in there, but to the extent that there... Perfect, okay, well, good. I didn't hear a question mark. I'm going to stick with my prior testimony. In all of our discussions, child safety has always been the #1 priority. The role the department plays in that, I think, has shifted dramatically over the past 5, 6, 7 years. And I think there's an enormous amount of opportunity for what role the department can play, should play and will play in the future. And I look forward to working with this legislative body to enact that. The department's only request is that we are cognizant of the fact that we are going from the department playing zero role in criminal background checks to taking on a significant task. And while we stand ready and able to do that, we need the time and the resources to do so successfully. That's the department's position.
Okay,
on
I
that.
got one last one for you here. Sorry, Melissa. On line 19, it
Yeah.
talks about alternative programs for granting credit leading toward graduation. When we're approving these, when the department is approving a program that will lead to credit, is there not a process which also vets, as we do every public school, to ensure that the employees are background checked?
Yes, that's part of the rules
Yes.
that we have, absolutely. And I think when I testified previously on this, I brought up the rules for that particular program. I don't have them in front of me right
I
now,
understand.
but yes.
I understand that. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Just to be clear for me, so on that last question, Chairman Ladd, the rules that under the alternative program that you folks just discussing, the rules are full background checks for state police, that type of piece? Or is it just a partial DOE review?
I would have to look at those rules, but I know that a requirement for background checks pursuant to 18913A, because that is always our standard.
Right.
That is, to the best of my understanding, incorporated within the rules.
Thank you, thank you, Attorney. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Are there any further questions of Attorney Fenton? You got your 4th star today.
Thank you. Well, Representative Ford said I should ask that what be in writing, not just verbal, so.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're back to discussion as a committee here. Is there any further discussion on this, Representative Mullen?
Yeah, my question is whether or not, we have a motion, is the motion ITL? Is that
Yeah,
what the?
yeah.
My question is whether or not we're delivering the wrong message by indicating that this is an inexpedient to legislate piece of legislation without considering interim study and just at least keeping it on the burner as a priority area for not only this committee, but also for the Department of Ed.
And I'm open to that suggestion. We all want to have children safe. But, in looking this initially, my first was, I looked at 60 days getting this done, can't do that. Looking at some of the terminology that I couldn't explain, but I think after this discussion, it'd be wise that we withdraw the ITL motion and put forth an interim study. That would be my suggestion, but the makers of the motion would be the ones to have to pull that back. Who made that motion?
Mr. Chair, you wouldn't be putting words in my mouth, would you?
You made it, Mike. Yeah.
As a maker of the motion, given Representative Mullen's comments and also Attorney Fenton's, I would withdraw the ITL motion in favor of an IS motion if I could get a second.
Yeah, who made the second? Go ahead.
I concur.
Okay, so the motion's off the table. So you withdrew it, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so Representative Mullen, would you like to make a motion, please? No.
Yes, sir, I make the motion for interim study.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you, Dave, for the, is there a second to the interim
Second.
study motion? Representative Hobson, you made the motion? Thank you. So we have a motion on the table for interim study made by Representative Mullen and second by Representative Hobson for interim study to this bill, 1664. Further discussion?
Sure. No, just real quick. We were, Representative Tanner and I were knocking around this idea for a little bit as well. And personally, I feel very strongly about that we should move forward with an ought to pass. And if there are little tweaks, or put this off and bring back an amendment to push the effective date out 90 days, or push it out till, July 1st, 2022. That could certainly be done. I think the other material, parts in the bill, I think are very strong and put child safety first. But that all said, I'll support the interim study, so that we can, I'll support the interim study just because I think an ITL is just a terrible, disposition for this bill.
Further discussion? Not seeing it. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you. This is regarding House Bill 1664, requiring certain non-public schools or education service providers that accept public funds to perform background checks on all employees and volunteers. The motion on the table is interim study. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Simon?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Waltz? Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
So interim study 19 to 0.
Thank you. Consent, okay. Thank you.
Sue, you're going to do the,
Okay. Yeah, 1594, relative to assistance to certain students with disabilities in registering to vote. I'd like to open this up to discussion first before we have a motion made on that. And why I'm doing this is that there are some strengths in this and there's also some issues, and I'd like to bring them forward. I see section 1, or there's a new section, then you have Roman 1 and Roman 2 within. I'm having some problems with Roman 2, where if you comply with this, then you, and if you offer assistance to all kids in the school, then you're not going to have to necessarily go through with number 1. We heard that there are a number of schools that are probably doing this right now. I don't know if they're doing it in their IEP, but I know they're doing it in registering or getting kids familiar with how to register in the social studies programs in the schools. Some are doing it, some are not. So I'd just like to open it up right now for a little bit more discussion on this bill, because, you know, there's some things in it which are not bad. Yes, Representative Cornell.
I think in testimony, we heard that it was a standard discussion in IEP when they're doing transition. When a student on an IEP is at that age, it's standard IEP language to talk with them about voting. So I think it happens.
Is it SOP, standard operating procedure, for a kid that has any kind of an IEP, or is for those that are having more difficulty?
I think would be
Are there
any,
any high school principals here that might know that one?
Not this one.
I think it would be any student whose IEP has a transition program in it.
Okay, a
Not
transition
all
program.
IEPs have transition
Good.
programs.
Does it say that in this bill, Representative Cornell? A transition program or plan for in an IEP?
Chairman Ladd?
Yeah.
Relative to that question, I think on line 14, maybe the answer because it talks about the youngsters with IEPs, and it says as long as they're offered appropriate assistance by the school, which would be what we've been asking what the bill was asking in Roman 1. So, 'cause line 13 says students with disabilities are going to get the assistance they need. So I think that may be the answer.
Go ahead, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. So when I read this, Section 1 asks for some very specific actions to be taken, and that is that when the IEP team convenes, so that would be all of the people that are knowledgeable about the student's parents, and the student, that when that IEP team convenes at the time between the age of 17 and turning 18, that they shall discuss whether or not voter registration is appropriate, and if so, when and how it's going to be accomplished, and that a goal, and IEP goals are specific entities, that a goal actually be written into the IEP. It also references students who have Section 504 plans as well. And I think that that is an important feature because a lot of time kids who have 504 plans that don't have a case manager that is dedicated to a small number of students, sometimes it's the school counselor that has 75 kids on 504 plans. I mean, I think that the idea that all kids who are in special service programs are indicated here is really quite important to this bill. I also, many of you know that in a previous iteration of myself, that I ran the Special Olympics program in the town of Bedford. So I dealt with a ton of young adults who were transitioning between high school graduation and the workforce. And one of the classic complaints of these young adults and their families was that sometimes people underestimate the talents, the strengths, the understanding and knowledge that our disabled young adults have. And I think that making them part of their civic privilege and responsibility of voting is one of the most critical things that we can do for this age group.
Representative Mullen, I agree with you.
So-
Where I'm concerned is that in the first part, we're addressing those youngsters that need to have a transition plan, as you said,
Yep.
written right into the IEP, and that is more specific help than I see in Section 2. If you have somebody coming in several times during the course of the year
Right.
and working with all students,
Right.
then that will suffice. I don't think that does suffice for the
No,
IEP
I would agree.
youngster.
I would agree with you
So
wholeheartedly, Mr.
And
Chairman.
in this bill, then, I think that we're mixing kind of like apples and oranges with the two areas there. I would much prefer and would support a bill that had Section 1 alone.
Mhm.
And then leave it up to the social studies teacher and the administration and locally decide whether we're going to bring them in. And I hope you do bring somebody in to help with teaching kids that voting is your constitutional right and this is how you do it. But I could support this. It was amended to leave that second part out and stay with part 1.
Yeah, if I had to make a guess, I would say that that was put in as sort of a
easy way out.
nice consideration for schools that are already doing some things, but Section 1, I think, is gold.
That's the guts of this
It's
bill.
gold, yeah.
So if the committee is supportive of where I'm coming from, I'd like to delay any action on this bill until we can get an amendment which deals, Representative Mullen, if you would, that addresses Section 1, and I do not see the need for Part 2. If we have some concurrence on that from folks, we could head home.
Yep. Rick, I think that's, yeah, we're good with what you just suggested.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
we're
Thank you,
good.
Dave. Thank you. So with that, that concludes the executive sessions for today. And get ready for a freight load of bills tomorrow. And we start at what, 9 o'clock, Ms. Vice Chair? Yep, 9 o'clock, right here, same place, same station. And go home and think positive things for the Ukraine, please. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Biden still hasn't talked yet.
How do you feel about that last one? All right. Yeah, yeah. The transitional plan is for the heavy-duty kid. That